This meeting is being recorded.
Hi, good morning.
Me, Mike?
Morning, can you see me?
Not yet.
All right, okay. I'm not sure what I have to do that. Bear with a second, turn off.
Should be down bottom left, should say start video or something to that effect.
Right, okay. There, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that on now?
Yeah. Have we
Yeah,
met
good
before,
morning.
Mike?
Pardon?
Have we met before?
No, I don't think so,
Oh.
no. So no, but what's the word? I'm not used to this meeting's being recorded, okay.
Yeah, so if that's okay with you, I'm recording the session so I can send out all the notes afterwards and also a recording of the session if you want to watch it back or share it with somebody else.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, I did a test last night. I'm not that used to these
Yeah, I
Zoom
noticed
meetings.
that. I thought, gee, you're keen. You want to start early?
Only because I made a mistake the last time I was on one, and I couldn't operate the audio or something, and it was just really irritating for everyone. I thought I'll try and avoid it this time, but there we are. But it's it, anyway. So, and do you think you're expecting many more people this morning, or?
Well, there are 4 people.
Right. Okay.
So there's 4 people in total. So let's see how many people turn up.
Right. Fair enough.
So whilst we wait for them, would you mind sharing with me, your reasons for joining or wanting to do the session?
Oh, right. Okay. I run a small lettings agent property management company in Manchester, and you have to do a certain amount of CPD, so that's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
The other reason is that really, what's the word? We have no IT department. I do everything. I did, and when I was at college, someone used to walk into a big room with special green paper with tracks in the side to use their computer because it was a big scary thing. So, having said that, it has been an absolute joy to see how the world has changed with it all, and even stuff like this. I did a meeting we use tech called PayProp for which is a
I know
property thing.
PayProp.
Yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely amazing stuff. But so pre-pandemic, a salesman would have come to visit our office.
Yeah.
We had to make him a cup of tea, and we'd have all wasted a load of peripheral time traveling and doing, whatever. So when we did that, the guy, like I'm looking at you now, we spoke, we had a conversation, we did a presentation, and when the moment he switched it off, he went back to his, I don't know, whatever he was doing at home, 5 minutes before. So it was but one of the reasons I've got him on this is because, security is important to us all, really.
It is, absolutely. No, you're saying all the right things. I'm going to share a lot of stuff today, but I don't know if you know, but the property sector is now the most attacked sector in the UK.
Yeah.
So I'm always delighted that people take this seriously, but sadly, most people come to us as a business, after the event, which is such a shame because I would say that 99% of cyber attacks can be prevented, if not more, you know. But
And
Mhm.
just, are you, so PayProp are originally South African. Are you South African?
I am, yes.
Right, okay. So,
Yeah, PayProp. I met the guy from PayProp at one of the events. What's his name?
is this
PayProp.
the kind of founder chappy?
Yeah, PayProp.
Right.
Is it Neil Cobbin? Neil
Yeah, I think that's it, yeah.
Neil Cobbin, PayProp. I think it was him, Neil PayProp. Yeah, Neil Cobbled. That's it.
Mm.
Yeah, we've had some. I met him. I did a talk at the Women in the State Agency conference in July, or can't remember, and I spoke in front of 400 women. That was quite interesting.
Mm.
And Helen is here, and I met him there. He came up to me after the session, and we had a really nice chat.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's well, from our end, it's a great leap forward, really. But
yeah. So, hi, Helen. Let's see if she's gonna join us. We can see your photo. Let's see. So we're still missing Tanya and Tracy. Morning, morning.
How do I do this? Yeah. There we are. Hello.
There you go. How are you, Helen?
All right. Thank you. Sorry, this is very close up. I don't know what's wrong with this webcam. Good. Thank you. Sorry, my webcam wasn't plugged in. I didn't realise.
No. Where are you based, Helen?
West Wales, right on the coast.
Oh, West Wales. Ah, it's beautiful there. I've only been once or twice, but we always threaten every year to go, and then for some reason we don't go. But it's beautiful down there.
And I've had a few days off in the sunshine, which has been really lovely.
Okay. Did you go anywhere nice?
No, just stayed around home, and I did do a boat trip out of Newquay. I had a friend staying with me, so we went out and watched the dolphins in the sea, which was very nice.
Nice.
Sorry.
Oh,
Make you all a bit jealous. Sorry.
yeah, precisely. So, if I may ask, Helen, tell me a bit about your company and why you decided to do the session today.
So we are an independent estate agency. Tanya and I run it. We launched in 2021, quit our jobs in 2020 and launched our own business. And I sort of take care of the security side of things and all things tech. So I actually did see you, I believe, at the Women in Estate Agency in.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I was on their webinar the other week, a few weeks ago. So I realized this morning that you were the same speaker. So I'm not sure if I've probably heard what you're about to say already, but I'll listen anyway. This is really, really interesting and frightening.
Yeah, I've got to just to warn Mike, you know.
Caring is caring, yeah.
I've got a really bad reputation for scaring people, but I do it with the best intentions, just to, you know, to educate people and to help them. Because we do a lot of work in the sector, and I work with a lot of companies. Well, I've been working with property estate agencies now for probably 24 years, and especially the last few years, we've just seen such a massive increase. I would say since the beginning of COVID, just seen such a massive increase of attacks, you know, against and I'll go through them. Because so which session did I do the other day? I do so many I can't remember which one.
It was the Women in Estate Agency one, I'm sure.
Yeah. That one I remember. What you said, there was another one.
No, that was the one, and I saw you at the conference in March.
Yeah, that's it. But that was, I only did 15 minutes, didn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
15
that was
minutes
quick.
terror.
So
Yeah, nobody. I don't think anybody who was there will forget that in a hurry.
no, it was so funny. But they came back to me afterwards and says, "Oh, I said 15 minutes. That's nothing. I'm just like saying hello in Dubai. You know, there's not a lot of time. So really, so my plan today is so you're gonna laugh now. But the last time I did a session, I can't remember how many people on the call. I think there was about 10 people, right? But we did 4 hours with a 5-minute break, and they wanted to continue. And I'm like, now I've got another meeting to go to now.
Wow.
So there's just so much that I can share, and this is why I've got a massive presentation, but we can make this interactive as you like, and for as long as you like, but it's entirely your choice. So is Tanya going to join you as well or not?
Well, I've just messaged her now. She's not very well, so
Okay.
she's working from home, so I'm not too sure. I was hoping she would, but
Yeah.
she's
Because
not.
otherwise, I hope you
Right.
know. I asked Mike as well. I've shared the presentation. Sorry, I'm recording it, so afterwards you'll get the notes straight away, and you'll also, if you want to, you can get access, or she can get access to the recording. So she can listen back to it if she wants to.
Okay.
So the only other person we're waiting for is Tracy. Do you know Tracy Down by any chance?
No.
Yeah, I didn't know her either, but I'm sure hopefully she'll. So you say you deal with all the tech, Helen. So tell me about the.
I have a team. I worked for a company for a few years doing their marketing, and we had a great in-house tech team. So they look after our website because we all got made redundant and went our own ways. But they look after our website. So I work with them. So I don't know much about. I'm not a techie, but I know a little bit. And I want to get things a bit more. I just want to make sure. I mean, your story about. So I don't want to say too much, but
no, say what you like.
About the young first-time buyer who lost their deposit money. That's frightened me into making sure that we're not letting anything through the loop. So any gaps or anything. So yeah.
Yeah. So and that's we dealt with another case like it recently, and it's so sad because it could have been prevented. And I tell you, I'm just finding the email that I received from. Oh wait, what's the lady's name? I'll tell you in a second. She's the president of the. What do you call it? The. Where did I go 2 weeks? Last Thursday, I went to. Let me just look at my diary. When was it? Last Thursday? Yeah, I went to Jersey. So I spoke in front of the Jersey estate agency. I don't know what they call them, but and only yesterday, this lady who's the president emailed me and said, "Listen, one of her members have just been done, and basically the solicitor was compromised, and then at the last minute they changed the bank details, and they received this payment, but luckily the payment was changed to Bitcoin." So the solicitor picked up on it and obviously didn't go through with the payment. But it was, this is happening more and more and more every day, and I'm going to show you why. And this is probably the scary bit. So I'm going to do tests on all of you, if that's okay. So can you do me a favor? Can you just put your email address in the chat box? Do you know how to do that, Mike?
Bear with me a second. Not sure.
At the bottom, if you look, there's a list of buttons, and one of them will say chat. If you go in there, just type in your email address, because later I'm going to run some checks on you.
Okay. So what would you put in, like our work email address?
Yeah, your work email address, yeah.
Right, okay.
And I'm going to tell you about, did I tell you about the duck last time, Helen? There's a very naughty duck, this one, because you know what he does? He impersonates people and sends them email from donaldduck@yourdomainname.com. I'll bring some humor into this scary subject. So what is an ideal outcome for you today, Helen and Mike? Apart from the stuff you've mentioned, what do you want to learn? Because one thing I will promise you is that by the end of the session, you'll be infinitely more secure than now.
Good.
That really.
Yes, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yes.
And
So Tanya's here. Oh, so Tanya, I hear you're not well. So let me just do a quick check.
Hello. Yeah, no, I'm full of cold and flu type things, so not the best of brains today.
But that's fine, you know, it's entirely up to you how much you want to engage or not. But what I am doing with if that's okay with everybody, is I'm recording the session, which means that you can just watch it back later. And you also get, I don't know if any of you have used Fathom. It's brilliant. It's free. And what it does, it sends you a brilliant summary of the session. And then also it summarizes the notes. So it gives you all the key points that were discussed. So if you want to use it, I'll show you the link. So Mike, you send me your AOL account. Is it possible you can send me your business account?
well, to be honest, that this is probably admitting to that's one that we use daily for work. Even though it's not the one on our website, it's the one that we actually use because it's quieter than even though it's ancient. So that's like something that we send and receive. You know,
Okay.
Tons of stuff. But I can send the other one if you wish. Do you want?
Yeah, let me see both if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm just quickly gonna run some checks here for you. Oh, but let me just find this link for you before I forget. This is the one for Fathom. There's a link here. So I'm going to share. I'm going to share a lot of links with you as well today, and I'll gladly give you my slides as well, because there's a lot of information that will come through. So you say, Mike, you use the AOL one more, and I'm going to test you on that, because I want to test with you later whether your AOL has been set up securely. Because again, you know, I find some say agents, you know, they still how can I put this politely? They still use old personal email addresses for their business, which is really dangerous if you haven't set it up securely.
Yeah.
Because you can imagine if they can get into your AOL account, then the rest is history, as they say.
Yeah.
Tanya, I know you're not feeling well, but what would you like to get out of the session today?
Yeah, just more knowledge really, and ensuring that what we are doing is good enough to keep us going. So yeah, just learning more, I think, is my side of things. So I'm not very high up on this side. I think Helen's done a lot more training on this side than me. So it would just be nice to see the broader aspect and what people are trying to do to hack and get all our information and our money, which we don't want. So
well, and that's exactly what they want to do. And I want to, I don't know, but one of my favorite podcasts, if you're into listening to books or podcasts, is, have you heard of the Lazarus Heist?
Yes.
I've heard of it. I'm not.
You must listen to it. There's 2 series now. It was made by the BBC, and it's all about North Korea and how North Korea at the moment is funding their entire nuclear arms program by hacking people around the world. So you've got it's Russia, North Korea, China. Those are the worst ones. But so shall we make a start? Because Tracy, I don't think Tracy's going to join us by the looks of it. And yeah, I'm just checking my emails to see if she might have emailed in, but I don't see it at all. It says you have a passcode for the course. Please, Tracy needs to get into the course. There's no passcode. Let me just copy the link. The link. Let me just email it to her. Okay, I've just emailed it to her again. Yeah, next Tuesday I'm going to be, sorry, next Wednesday I'm going down to Southampton to do a session for the Or Propertymark over there. But that's a live one. Apparently 150 people are going to be there.
Wow.
Should be interesting. So I wait a few more seconds to see if she turns up or not. So have you had any scary stories yourself yet, or
Thankfully, no.
does that mean you're one day closer, Helen?
Say that again, sorry. One day closer. No.
Does that mean you're one day closer? Sorry, I'm terrible.
No.
What-
Hopefully never.
Yeah, well, precisely. You see, this is what I always say. I know this stuff is scary, but I will show you this is possible to completely avoid. I always tell the story about the lion. You know, when the lion chases you, all you have to do is outrun the person behind you. Simple as that. And I think cybersecurity works on exactly the same principle. You know, depending on how many layers you got around you, they'll just go for another easy target. Because I can tell you for a fact now that probably 95% of estate agents that I meet are not even 5% adequately protected.
Right.
Frightening.
So you can see why it's so easy for them. And a lot, you know, the other myth, I talk a lot about myths, but one of the myths is that, oh, I'm a small company, you know, they won't come after me. Oh,
Yeah.
they love those people because the smaller ones, they'd rather take 50 or 100 or 1,000 pound of 50 companies than 10,000 of one company. You know, just so much easier. And especially now with AI kicking in. I don't know if you've heard of, there's a new, you know, like you've got ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
You've now got Worm GPT that started in Australia beginning of the year in January, that hackers use and scammers to generate code, you know, on the fly, you know, to hack people around the world. So how they can get away with it, who knows? But that's the way it is. Okay, I think we should make a start because it doesn't look like Tracy is going to be here. So let me just open up my. At any given time, if you just want to, you know, say stop, Francis, or you know, and want me to explain something better, you know, this is interactive. Seriously. I mean,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I can talk for England about the subject, as you can imagine. But if you've got a question or you think about something, just stop me, and then I can explain it in more detail.
Yeah. Okay. That's great.
So we have, how much time do we have? Until about 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so my plan is that at some point, just remind me. So when is it? So let's say we stop at 10. So we'll stop at 11 and have a break,
Yeah. Cool.
and
Yeah.
then continue again. But if you need to stop earlier, you just tell me. Well, that's also fine. So I'm going to share my screen with you now. This is the all my slides, which again I'm going to share with you. Let me do that. And let me do that. I always forget to do the. Can everybody see that? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so just to give you a bit of background here, so I don't know if you can see these names on here, but we do a lot of, our biggest client in the sector is the Property Franchise Group.
Right.
You know them? So they've got
Yeah.
Hunters and Co, Martin and Co. They've now got Belvoir. So we look after all the security for their head offices. We've done a massive audit for them as well for 17 locations. And they've got about 900 franchises, you know, and all, you know, small, between say 5 and 10 staff. So it's quite a lot of people, but we look after the main offices at the moment, just to give you an idea where we are. Now, a little bit about me. I know somebody is, sorry, was it Helen who's seen me speak before?
Yeah.
Helen, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, so Helen saw me at the what's it called, the Women in Estate Agency conference. I did 15 minutes and managed to scare everybody in 15 minutes, no time. But you know, myself and my team take this stuff very, very seriously. Just to give you a bit of background, so I've been in the IT support / software development game for 34 years, and always done security. But about, I would say it was 2 or 3 years just before COVID, we saw this massive increase of cyber attacks on our existing client base. And at that point, we just thought, you know what, we need to take this very, very seriously. Otherwise, our customers will get done. And it was then that we set up a separate entity called Security Everywhere, which is also my company, that focuses purely on number one, educating companies, but two, also to protect them with with enterprise level cybersecurity services. We've got clients in 14 countries now. And but I do a lot of talks on the subject. I stopped counting at 350. So, and I was just saying earlier before you came on the call, Tanya, that my record was 4 hours. I did a 4-hour session for about 10 people on a similar session as today with a 5-minute break, and they wanted to continue because you'll see the stuff becomes quite interesting, and the more you find out, the more you want to know. But
Yeah.
But for my sins, I now serve on 7 security panels. So I'm a founder member of the Eastern Fault Forum. I'm sitting on a panel with the WCIT, which is the Virtual Company Information Technologists, a mouthful. I serve on both the London Cyber Resilience Centre and also the Eastern Cyber Resilience Centre. I advise the Home Office on cyber. Also, my other panel now is the IMI, which is the International Motor Industry. And let me remind you later about MOT test centers. Now, that to me is scary. But for myself, I've been working with the state agents for about 26 years now. You know, back in the day with my first company, more on the IT support side, but now a lot more on the cybersecurity side. So, and our mission is to help and protect at least 1 million businesses by 2026. And I'm always asked, where are we now? And I reckon it's difficult to tell, but I think we're sitting at about 250,000 at the moment, because I know that every time I do a session or I do a talk and I share stuff with people, even last night at a networking event, I showed people stuff and they just couldn't believe, because they said, I've got an IT company and they've never shown me this stuff. I said, well, you know, IT people are good at IT. And if you want to get this done properly, you should seek, you know, people that are specialists in the area. And that's how you fix the problem. But moving on, so this is the agenda. I'm going to share with you a lot of facts and stories, and some of them, most of them sad stories, but you know, and not many good outcomes. But you know, that's why we need to prevent it in the first place. You know, what are the risks within the Asian sector, and then of course, you know, how can you make yourself very unattractive for hackers and scammers around the world? And then, you know, what I'm thinking is, if we do that in the first hour or so, or first session, and then the second session we just do practical tips, where we're gonna just go through so many different areas, and I'll show you before we leave today how to improve your cybersecurity. A lot of stuff we're going to do straight away, so that my promise to you is that you'll be infinitely more secure when we finish the session today compared to when we started. And my only question, or my only ask for you, and actually two, I have two, if you don't mind. The first one is, if you learned a lot today, please, I don't know, I'm not sure if you're on LinkedIn, please write a review on LinkedIn or on Google Review. That's my first big ask. And my second one, which is more important, is please share this information with 10 other people. You know, because if you do that and you ask them to share with 10 other people, then, you know, this world is going to be a better place. Simple as that. So this is a story which I think Helen heard, but no, this is maybe a different one, Helen. I'm not sure, but I was at this networking event in January, and it was a guy, he's 26 years old. I think he's 27 now, because the slide is a bit old. I don't know if I can't remember when his birthday was. But anyway, so I'm standing there, I'm having a glass of wine in London, and he said to me, you know, Francis, after, because he runs a small estate agent's business in London, and he said to me, you know, I so wish I met you 2 months ago. I said, why is that, Alex? He said, my dad runs a building firm, and I'm going to give you the short version. Email came in, and this lady, Maria, that's been working for him for about 30 odd years, they started the company together, who deals with all the accounts, was tricked into making a payment for £85,000. Now, this is a small building firm, and for them, 85,000 was a lot of money. Anyway, and then he paused. Alec paused, and I'm like, okay, is that the end of the story? He said it took his dad 2 weeks to pluck up the courage to phone him and to say, listen, Alex, I'm really, really, really sorry, but remember I promised you I'm going to give you that money for your wedding this year. Sorry, I can't do that. And you know, I promised you for that to give you the money for your first deposit on that house you wanted to buy. I can't do that. Do you know? And this, every time I tell the story, it really shakes me, because that could have been my son, or could have been my daughter. And this is why I think that this is so important, that we take care of our data, and especially our clients' data, because just imagine for a minute, this is one of your clients, you know, because every time there's an attack, we can actually do forensic analysis, and we can trace the attack back to the source. Now, if that source is your company, you can imagine how that's going to affect your reputation, especially if I'm sure you're all well known in your area or in the town you are. And once people find out that this has happened because you didn't take care of the data, it destroys your reputation. Simple as that. And this is what obviously what we want to avoid. So, and this is what I hear a lot, especially in this sector, but other sectors as well, even law firms. I'm only a small business, you know, they won't come after me, or my IT company will be fully protected. But also, every time we get a new client who's been hacked or suffered a cyber attack, they say, but my IT company had me covered. I'm like, why do you want to blame the electrician when the roof starts leaking? They go, what do you mean? I'm like, it's not their speciality. When you look at the word IT company, it doesn't say their IT cybersecurity specialist company. It says IT company. And one of the things that I'm trying to achieve with all the panels that I serve on is that business owners start to split this function up. Like you've got an electrician and a bookkeeper, an accountant, you've got an IT company, and then you should have a cyber company. It doesn't matter, even if you're 2, 3, 4 people, it doesn't matter. But it's just they don't have the time, the energy, or the know-how on how to do this properly, and this is why people suffer. The other one, which we can check later, is yeah, my data's in the cloud, I'm safe. I'm like, really? So let me just check with everybody on call today. Are you all using Office 365, or what are you using apart from Mike? He's using, I know, using AOL.com. But Helen and Tanya, are you guys using Office 365 for email or Google G Suite?
No, Office 365.
Okay, how are you backing that up?
We've got a hard drive that we back up onto every month that lives in our safe. But other than that, that's all we're doing really.
Okay, so when you say you back up, what data do you back up in there? And how do you back it up? Do you know?
We back up everything and anything that we've done over the last month, and we literally copy it onto the hard drive so that we've got a backup copy.
From Cardigan Bay Properties.
But so sorry to be so
Yes, we can do it.
you know, so how do you actually, like, for instance, everybody's emails, how do you back that up? All their files, do you use OneDrive?
Yes.
So how do you get the data, all the data out of OneDrive, or all the data from your diaries or your contacts and all your to-do lists, and also your things in Teams and all your emails? How do you back that up?
We don't use Teams that much, to be honest.
Okay.
All our data, email addresses, that sort of stuff is stored on Alto property software. So we don't have a backup of that.
Okay.
That's all with them. So if they had a breach, then I don't know what happens there.
Yeah, no, precisely.
And with
we're going to talk about, yeah, carry on.
Sorry, I was just thinking with the email side of things, is if we do receive anything from, say, buyers or whatever, then we do delete any private information after we've taken the information we needed.
Now, here's a top tip for you. When you press delete, do you press delete or do you press shift delete?
I pressed the bin button, I pressed that one.
and then would you empty the bin or not?
That is emptied every 30 days.
Okay, that's good. So let me give you a top tip. If you want to, I mean, be careful of this, but if you press shift delete, it passes go and doesn't stop at go. In other words, it just gets deleted even from your deleted items folder straight away.
Okay.
So shift delete instead of delete. But if you do that, then you'll have to go through a recovery process if you want to get the data back.
Yeah, I think no one needed that.
I know. But my recommendation, backing data up to a OneDrive, to an external drive, Helen, is a single point of failure.
Do a percentage. You know.
Okay, because if that drive fails for a reason, you're done.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is rather to use an online backup solution that backs up everything for you in 365 up to 6 times a day, that you don't even ever have to worry about backing up again.
Okay, and what do you suggest anything? Or
Yeah, no, I'll make some recommendations for you at the end if you like.
Yeah, good.
Definitely, because it's just like set and forget, and then it has unlimited storage as well. Because your challenge that you have as well at the moment, if you're backing up, you say once a month or so, then God forbid something goes wrong on the 29th of the month, and you've lost 29 days.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? So anyway, that problem's so easily fixable. But thank you for sharing that with me. The other one is, I use Macs. I'm safe. Let me tell you a story. Like I said, was it February time? February time, I went to a meeting in London, and I met this lady. Just random. It was just a veterans event because I used to be in the army. And what happened was we had a nice chat, and she said, I must introduce you to my son, because not son, but her boyfriend, because he owns a company called Godminster.com cheese. Do you like cheese? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, go to Godminster.com
Okay.
and order the truffle one. It's like a heart shape. It is the best cheese that you'll ever have in your life. Anyway, that's beside the point. So what happens? Her boyfriend, Richard, phones me last Friday. He said, Francis, you were referred to me by my girlfriend. You met apparently at some event in February. And this is the story, right? His mom, 88 years old, uses a Mac. And for some reason, she clicks on something. Next minute, she gets a phone call. These people convinced her to transfer her entire savings from her HSBC account into their account for safekeeping. It gets worse, right? And of course, they tell her this is the police, and and they spoofed the phone number of HSBC. And I'm going to show you in a while. And I don't know which way you want me to do it, Tanya. I can phone you from Helen, or Helen, I can phone you from Tanya's phone. So the point I'm making there is I have the tools which I downloaded from the Apple Store to be able to spoof people. So when you get a call from Barclays, if you bank with Barclays, don't believe it's from Barclays. Please don't. Rather put the phone down and phone them back on the number that you have yourself on the back of your credit card. But anyway, so then they convinced her. They said, "Oh, do you have a safe?" She says, "Yeah, I've got a safe." He says, "We're have worried about have you got high value items in there?" He goes, "Yeah, I've got high value items." You know what? They came to her door, a young guy, and convinced her to put 2 of the most valuable pieces of jewelry into a brown envelope and hand it over at the front door. Does anybody want to guess how much the one ring was worth?
Oh, bless her. God.
£150,000, the one ring that she received from her husband before he died. And the other item, I said, don't tell me. So anyway, they're now running our security software. I'm even introduced them to a guy called James Reese, who's going to go after banks, and God willing, he's going to get her money back. But I don't know about the items. That's going to be much harder to get back. But the point why I'm telling you this is, number one, people think Macs are safe. They're not. And number two, think about this. This is your parents. This is your inheritance. So if you've got parents, please make sure the stuff I show you today, implement it for them as well, to keep them secure so they don't fall for these. Another brilliant, I don't know if have you seen the program Scam Interceptors?
No.
On BBC?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, go and watch it. Please go and watch it, and then share that with people in the office. Ask them to watch it with their parents, because this is where the educational side comes in so well to help, especially parents or older people. One of the other things I do with one of the panels I sit on is to start getting a program so we can start teaching kids within schools, so the kids can go home and teach the parents and the grandparents and the uncle and the auntie around cyber. So there's a lot of stuff happening at the moment. Okay, moving on. So why should you care? I mean, not going to teach you to suck eggs, but what was that CRM system you're using, Helen? You mentioned
Alto.
Alto. Now, let me ask you about Alto. Right? When you log on to Alto, how many pieces of information do you need to log in?
We have got two-factor authentication on there.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but yeah, on my PC, I only need to put my password in because it remembers me, but on everything else, it's two-factor.
Now, Helen, I'm going to scare you now. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance.
It's okay.
But if I send you an email, you click on that link, and I've just installed what we call a keylogger on your PC. Guess what's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to copy all your cookies that you've saved in your browser. You know when you say trust this device or trust this site?
Yeah.
If I can copy those cookies onto another machine, I can get straight into the system. Did you know that?
No.
So, and that's why you'll see later, I highly recommend that you start using what we call an enterprise password manager. Why? So that all your data is stored in a secure vault and not on the PC, and especially not in a browser. Are all of you saving your passwords in Chrome or Safari or whatever browser?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
about you, Mike?
Yeah. Not for everything, but for a lot.
How long do
Most.
you think it'll take me to extract every single password sitting in your browser?
Listen, please.
Not long.
No.
Can you get
30
any?
seconds.
How many?
30 seconds.
1 second.
Oh my God.
And I've made a video to show you how it's done. Saving passwords inside a browser is the most unsafe place to save a browser. Let me just tell you that. Okay. Moving on. What about Xero? What are you using for your accounting system, Mike?
Xero.
Xero, right. Now, tell me, when last did you look at Xero, at all the accounts that are set up in Xero? For number one, maybe you had a previous bookkeeper or an accountant, and you moved to another one and you never disabled the previous accounts. That's number one we see. Number two, where you don't have two-factor authentication turned on, especially if you've been using Xero for a while now, on all the accounts.
I have two-factor authentication. Oh, self-authentication. I can't even say it. Authentication on it. We only ever used one accountant, and he's the one who set it up for me, or us, I should say. So, but yeah, always the two-factor on that one.
Brilliant. Because again, the other thing I'll show you later is that as we're sitting here right now, can you, with your hand on your heart, tell me that all your passwords that you currently are using are unique, number one, and number two, have never been compromised?
Not all unique. 2 websites I know from the last webinar I saw you on have been compromised.
Yeah.
Fixed.
And what have you done about it?
Changed them.
Brilliant.
Strong ones.
Yeah. So, you know what? I'm going to show you a way where you will never have to remember another password again. How to use passwords that are 20 characters in length, which takes about 3 sextillion years to crack. So we're all going to be dead by then, I'm sorry to tell you. But also save you unbelievable amount of time. You know, so you don't have to worry. And also it stores all your two-factor authentication codes as well inside the password manager. So you don't have to worry, especially if you're sharing stuff. You know, and I know small businesses, you're sharing some login details. And I'm going to show you a lot about passwords. But when I went to, where was this place? The week before last, did I say? I've forgotten again. But let me show you when I walked in the, where was the place I went to? I'll tell you now. Let me just see if this lady can get in. She was refresh the screen, tried again, but she'll still see near the passcode. Ask her. Let me just ask her. Do you mind if I quickly tell her to call me?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Ask her to call me. Let's see. The shame. She needs to obviously. the passcode. Yeah, I mean, everybody else could get in. So I can't see why she can't get in. But anyway, let me just do this stuff. Hmm. There you go. I'll just email her again. Yeah, when I went to Jersey 2 Thursdays ago, when I did the session for Propertymark there, this is the thing that really got me as I landed at the airport. You know, because it takes all of us, we're all running businesses, it takes us forever to build up our reputation, and it takes a second to lose it. You know, and this is why this stuff is so important, and this is why I love talking about it. But let's carry on. Now, have you seen this report from Hiscox or Property Eye by any chance?
No.
Right, no.
Have a look at the most attacked sector, oops, at the top.
Right.
So our sector, according to Hiscox, or your sector, is the most attacked sector in the UK now. And the average loss is £19,000. I don't know if you, but I can't afford to lose £19,000 ever. So moving on. But just going back there, where is the other sector which I find, you know, professional services? And I'm going to talk about that later. Are you dealing with any conveyancing solicitors at the moment?
Only personally, but not professionally.
Yeah, because I'd like to meet them. And I was going to show you why in a minute, right? So now let me show you what's been happening on the planet since 2004. So I don't know if you remember this, and this is especially for you, Mike. In 2004, I mean, which is some time ago, you see AOL lost 92 million records. And then these records then became for sale on the dark web. And I'm going to explain later what the dark web is, just in case you don't know. Now look at this, 2008, 2009. Look at this. 2011, 2014, eBay got done, Yahoo. And now look at this. I mean, I couldn't, 2024, Santander. I'm telling you, one thing I don't see on here, which LastPass, you know, password manager, T-Mobile, Facebook got done again, LinkedIn. So you can see that this is just exponential. I was on one of my sessions last Thursday, which was with the Home Office, and the Eastern Cyber Resilience Center, and they said something really interesting. They said that only 2% of all cybercrime cases are reported in the UK. 2%. And I'll tell you why. Because people are too scared for number one, the ICO fines, and number two, reputational damage. So they just keep it quiet because they don't want customers to know about it. But the other thing that I find even more alarming is that more than 50% of all crime now in every country now relates to cybercrime in every country around the world. So, and this number is just going up and up and up. Now, here's another one. This happened in January. I don't know if you heard about this. So in January, 26 billion records became for sale on the dark web. And that's a combination of old data sets, I understand. But, and some people say, oh, well, you know what? So what? I'm like, so what? Okay, I'll tell you what. If you're using LinkedIn or any of these, just to name a few examples, if you use any of those, which I'm sure you do,
Yeah.
and your password is the same for anything else, you're done. Because what they do is, once they buy these data sets, and I'm going to show you later, I'm going to do a dark web audit report on all of you if you're up for it. And then I'll show you what data of yours is currently for sale. But the point that I'm making here is once they've got one record, they then run what we call bots, and they run it against all the other accounts that exists on the planet to see if they can get in. And this is why having unique passwords are so important, number one, and number two, to have two-factor authentication turned on every single account without fail. I wouldn't touch it. I mean, some accounts you just can't have it. I get that, but all the key accounts are so. In other words, for me, key accounts are anything that holds data of yours or your customers, any data, for instance, like or any applications such as what do you call it? Amazon. Do you all use Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you all got two-factor authentication turned on Amazon?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know, actually.
I never had it.
Okay, so we're going to fix that today. I'm going to show you how to do it so we can fix it. I'm going to show you how to turn it on your. You're going to laugh. Do you have what do you call it? What's the taxi company called?
Uber.
Uber.
Uber. Are you using Uber?
No.
Have done in the past, yeah. Have
So,
got accounts.
okay, I know I'm paranoid, right? But this is my business. I've even got two-factor authentication turned on my Uber account. So last night when I came back from London, as soon as I get in the car, the driver asked me for my 4-digit code. Otherwise, they can't use my Uber. But think about it. If anything that's got money attached to it, even your Netflix or, like I said, all your other accounts, where there's money that can be exchanged, you need to have it turned on. And I know it's painful, but believe me, rather take the pain up front and then have the pleasure later than the other way around. And again, if you're using a password manager, it does it all for you. It puts in your username, your password, and your two-factor authentication code, so you don't even have to even have that pain ever. But you must have it. So I think this is the one I spoke about, Helen. Do you remember the story about the guy losing his deposit?
Yeah.
I'll just for the sake of other people, I'll quickly tell them about it. But this is a friend of mine's sister's son. Now he's been saving since he was a very young gent, for his first deposit. And basically, what happened was they got into the what do you call it? The estate agent first. We bought the house from. That spread to the solicitor. At the last minute, he received an email from the solicitor. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. He's so excited about buying his first house, and he pays the money straight into the hacker's bank account, £47,000. Right now, the bank turned around and said, "Tough, you press the pay now button." The solicitor turned around and said, "Tough, have a look at the bottom of my email. I'm sure you do the same. Please never ever accept any change of bank details by email." He was so excited to buy his first house. Now, if you think that's an isolated case, I'll send you the link to this article. This has just been published, 2 months ago, by Lloyd's and also by, what's the other, Lloyd's, Which magazine, where the average, they call it Friday fraud. Have you heard of Friday fraud at all?
No.
Okay, so Friday fraud is normally when, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I've seen, is where a lot of the final transactions happen when you buy houses. It's the last time in the week that you can do them, and they know this. So the national average for hackers being on your system before you know it is something like 237 days. That's about 6 months, where they sit and they watch you. And they see what you're doing, and they take their time. They spend 95% of their time planning and 5% on execution. All right. So guess what? It's normally between. Let me show you the article. Where's the article? I have it to hand somewhere. But I found this was really sad. So this is the article which I'll share with you. And again, look at this. £47,000, and the average kind of type of person that gets caught by this is between 25 to 35 years old, which is first-time buyers. And this is why I want to speak to solicitors, because solicitors are so prime for these types of attacks. But again, that's I'm actually going to an event about APP scam, authorized push payments. I don't know if you've heard that term. Where you're convinced to make payments. I mean, this is happening a lot. But I'll share this with you. Let me share it with you now before I forget. But please share this with your team, because they need to know this stuff. And again, share this with your customers, if you feel that way inclined, just to prove to them that you take this stuff seriously. Any questions so far?
No.
I mean, no, good.
Good. Okay. So let's have a look at the most common types of attacks that we see all the time. I'm sure you've heard of phishing attacks by now. You know, when email comes in, you know, it pretends to be something that it's not. And God help you if you click on the link, because, you know, a lot of those links are what we call infected links, or they've got embedded attacks. And then we've got impersonation attacks. And this is what I'm going to do with you in a short while. I'm going to show you how those attacks work. And then you've got the old days, you know, viruses and all the other usual stuff. And then again, we see hacking of bank accounts. And I'll tell you how they do that. This is so easy. And let me tell you a quick story if I forget. So this lady, she goes to the gym in very close to, well, again, you're referring to London here, but Westfield. I don't know if you heard of Westfield. It's a big shopping centre. So right next to the shopping centre is a gym. She goes to the gym, goes for her spin class, and while she's in the spin class, they open her locker, take out the SIM from her phone, then saw that her wallet is lying there, see that she's banking with Lloyds, they download the Lloyds app onto their phone. Guess what? It sends the PIN back to the SIM, not to the phone. And now they're into the Lloyds app. Once they're in the Lloyds app, they could then do reveal PIN. And they can see all the money that's sitting in her account. The same happened to another friend of mine's daughter when she went to Spain a couple of months ago. And they did the same process, and they took out £10,000 from a Monzo account. Okay, and I don't rate any of these online banks apps at all, because they're not part of the main group. But then ransomware, all the other usual stuff. But you can see the other thing I always point out is charities. I don't know how many of you donate to charities. I'm sure you do. But charities are used as conduits. So in other words, once hackers and scammers can get into a charity, guess what? They can then have access to all the rich donors. And they'll use them as conduits or as almost like a mule. They'll never bring them down, but they'll just sit there and harvest data all the time. And I so wish that there was funding available to help more charities be more secure, because they simply don't have the money most of the time. And so just good. So phishing, 94% of attacks now coming by email, which are phishing attack, impersonation. That's BEC stands for business email compromise. We've already spoken about passwords, but supply chain resilience. Did you see what happened with the, was it St. Thomas's Hospital? Did you see that on the news when they got done a few months ago?
Yes, I think I remember that.
Yeah, do you know why?
No.
One of their suppliers, IT company, had full access into their systems. So they got in by the IT company. And the rest is history. And the reason why I make a big song and dance of supply chain, because we're all part of the supply chain. You have people that send you pens and you know all your merchandise. You are part of the supply chain to other people that you work for. So everybody is part of the supply chain. And the question that I always pose to people is, how do you know that your customers are secure? How do you know that your suppliers are secure? How do you even check to see if they're secure? Doesn't matter how small business you are. And again, I can send you some documentation on how to do that if you want to. But, you know, and I'm going to talk about Wi-Fi as well in a minute. And that's, you know, part of the supply as well, because you can think about when people come to visit you. Let me just stop there for a second, right? When people come to visit you at your office, Mike, Helen, Tanya, do you allow them to connect to the Wi-Fi?
No.
No.
No, definitely not.
Marvelous. I'm glad to hear that. I knew the answer. When you at home and you've got your friends and family come around, or your niece and nephew, do you allow them to connect to the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, probably.
No, they don't come around that often, to be fair.
No, same here.
You're lucky. Yeah,
I think I do.
oh, that's funny. The reason I'm asking is what a lot of people are doing is they are allowing people, whether it's home or the office, which for me nowadays is one and the same thing, they allow them to connect their existing devices to these networks. And it's like, I hate to use this as an analogy, but remember the days of COVID. Would you go into the same room as somebody that's got COVID before you had your injections? Obviously not, right? But maybe you didn't know. And the same logic applies there because a lot of people allow even their staff members. Okay, so imagine you've got your work Wi-Fi and you allow your staff to connect to the work Wi-Fi. How do you know that their devices are 100% clean? Unless they're running protection, there's no way you're going to know. Give you an example. So let's say you've got home workers and you take your laptops and you go work from home and you're sitting there and your husband or your partner or your kids, they log onto the same Wi-Fi, and we see this a lot. And the kids go onto these gaming websites and they download these mods that happened to me at home. And these mods are infected because they know that the hackers know that a lot of kids want all these extra functionality. Now that infection spreads to the laptop. The laptop then gets taken back to the office. Now, the way to fix this problem is so easy. You set up separate Wi-Fi networks on the same physical hardware that you have both at the office and at home. So I'm going to give you a lot of tips today, a lot of homework, but I highly, highly, highly recommend that at the office and home, you have several Wi-Fi networks. So in other words, you have one for guests, you've got one maybe for yourself, and one for the management team or one for the staff. It doesn't matter. But at home, this is the more important one for me, is you've got one for guests, you've got one for your kids, and I'm not joking, and then you've got a work one. And if you really want to be paranoid like me, I've even got one for my IoT, your Internet of Things devices, your Alexa, your Ring.com, all your other devices. And why do I say that? I'm going to show you something here. You can't make this stuff up. There's a website called Showdone.io. Anybody's ever heard of it?
No.
Nope, never.
Now, I'm not gonna show you. I'll just tell you what this is about. Now, Showdone, what this does, it scans the planet every night, and this is a public website. You can go and set up a free account, and you can see all the Internet of Things devices listed here publicly for people to see. And I'm not joking. I'm talking about CCTV cameras, gaming consoles, Ring.coms. It's insane. And all because when people install these units or devices, they never change the default password. So and when you go onto this website, it even shows you the username and the password, like admin password or admin no password. It is frightening. But you can see all the stuff if you create a free account.
No.
So why am I telling you this? Because I really, really, really try to impose on you that you need to make sure that all the things that are connected to the internet, the default password has been changed. So that's more homework. But because a lot of people store the stuff and they never change that password, and then they end up on a site like this, and then people are watching you for forever, and you never know. Is that scary enough for you or not? Hey?
Yeah, terrified now.
Yep.
But remember, I'm telling you this stuff so I can educate you. You know what to fix. That's the main reason why I'm doing this. So these are the type of phishing attacks, okay? Because I talk about this a lot only because this is the biggest form of attack. So the email is spear phishing, very targeted, whaling, going after the owners, directors, smishing. That's brilliant. That's the new. Obviously not new. It's when they send you text messages, and I'm going to teach you later how to deal with them. The dodgy text messages, and also how to prevent them and how to report them. I think it's so important that you know the process. Whatever you do, never, ever, ever forward them to somebody else. Don't try and be helpful. If you want to be helpful, send a photo, because a photo can't include an attack, whereas a link can if you forward it. Vishing, you're going to love this one. Vishing is voice solicitation. Is where remember I told you about the SIM? Imagine I phone up O2 and I go, oh, you know what? I've lost my phone. I've got a new SIM. And now I get them to convince the phone provider O2 to transfer the number to my SIM. Meantime, I'm not you. And once I've got your SIM or your number transferred, I can then log into all your accounts. Why? Because remember that PIN comes back to the SIM. And I'm going to teach you today how to prevent those attacks by installing a SIM PIN. I bet you've never heard of it.
No.
Angler fishing, this is interesting as well. That's so clever, this one. And there's another new one which is not even listed here. Have you heard of quishing?
Nope.
Now, quishing is a new one. That's brilliant. It's QR attacks, QR code attacks. So, local pub here, you know, they've got these little cards on the counter. You know, where you order your drinks, and it says, you know, scan this, enter this competition, and win a free meal. So somebody went and put another QR code on top of the existing QR code, and so many people scanned it, put in their details, and also they said, no, well, you know, we need your card details because, you know, just for to verify that it's you. So many people put their credit card details in. You know how easy they could have avoided that problem? My top tip is just whenever you see any QR code, apart from if it's on the screen, of course, is to just use your nails and go onto the edge, especially parking lots, or like I said, if you go to a bar or if you go into a hotel, just put your nails on the side of the QR code and make sure that nobody's put a sticker on top of the existing one. You know, simple things like that. It solves the problem straight away. Now, I'm going to share with you a little video, and just let me know if you don't hear the sound, but this video is brilliant. It's going to show you how this woman gets into somebody's phone account within seconds. Watch this.
We help people with human
Can you hear
security
okay?
issues by testing vulnerabilities for like a network test,
Can you hear okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay, brilliant.
but it's for the people network. We test those vulnerabilities, see where the holes are, and then help people learn so they can patch them.
Can we try some? Can we try some?
Yeah,
See if it works?
Yeah, we probably could have our star Visher here make some phone calls as your
Let's do
girlfriend.
it.
Sure. Do you want to do a sample phishing call?
What's phishing?
Phishing is voice elicitation, and basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who are you gonna call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider and see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna spoof from your number, so it's gonna look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. my husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for usage information and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
gmail.com?
Jessica gets my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, how would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure PIN through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Shh. Oh, I'm not on there either? So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account. Okay, my
Jessica uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry. So there's no password on my account right now? Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my password.
Thank you so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
Holy shit. So they just gave you access to my entire cell phone account.
You're gonna have to go on and change your password now because it's Jess, my name.
And all it took was a crying baby and a phone call.
Yes.
I really thought that my cell phone company would protect.
That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, shocking.
So
Shocking.
Now,
Clever, isn't it? How they play on people's emotions.
Mm.
Does other people, as in the cell phone company. It's very clever.
yeah, very, very clever. And
Yeah.
simple.
Mm.
it's a disgrace. But and you know one thing that really gets to me at the moment, and I'm trying to fix this problem because I also work with action fraud, is why is it that the phone providers, which I'm going to demonstrate in a minute, cannot see that the phone number is not coming from that number, if they're from the person who owns the number. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to show you something. Okay, who wants me to spoof who here? Helen, shall I phone you from Tanya or the other way around?
Go on then.
Okay, Tanya, what is your mobile number, please?
07494
07494
458 841
458
841.
841. So 07494 458 841.
Yeah, that's the one.
Number to display. Helen, what's your number, please?
Sorry, 07769
Yeah,
917
917
808.
808. So 07769 917 808. Tanya, would you mind just turning on your screen just for a short while so you can show us?
Yeah.
the code?
Hang on a minute.
I've got a plaster over my camera.
I should have done it the other way around, but
Hang on a minute, let's go off there. Start video.
all right, great to see.
Hello.
So now, would you hold your phone up to the screen, please?
Blimey.
What do you
That's
say to that,
mad.
Helen?
Not reading yet.
No, I phoned Tanya.
You phoned me?
Oh, he phoned you.
Yeah,
I
your
phoned
number
Tanya.
came up, your name came up on my phone.
Oh,
It
wait.
was, hi Helen.
So the only way you would have known if it was not heard that is if you heard my voice.
Yeah.
But
And I
if
know
I
what Helen
do a text, as well, I can send a text. You know, what do you think of that, Mike?
I'm shocked, absolutely shocked, really. Yeah.
And you know what's more shocking is that I downloaded the app from the Apple Store.
Wow.
God.
Do you know how? Anyway, so there you go. Deep breath. Moving on. Yeah, and this is the point I'm making is just to show people how easy it is to phone people pretending they're you. So unless you know their voice, but the problem that we have now with AI, and I really wanted to do a video, I ran out of time, is I just need 6 seconds of your voice on a video, and then I can create an entire video with your mannerism, everything. That to me is
I'm trying
scary.
to educate my father on that because he keeps arguing with the fake people that phone him up from the fake banks
Yeah,
and hang up because they're taking your voice while you're speaking, Dad.
yeah.
And
So
he's
how old is your dad, Helen?
76.
Okay, what kind of phone does he use?
Landline. He doesn't have a mobile. He
You know what?
does. It's an old brick mobile that he never turns on.
Okay, can I make a recommendation? Who's the phone provider at home? BT or something? Phone BT for me, please, and ask them if you can restrict the numbers that he can get calls from.
Okay.
I don't know if it's possible, but the reason I'm saying this for everybody is you can do that with a mobile phone easily. So on a mobile phone, you can set up contacts. Let's say it's you, it's your partner, your children, your uncle, your auntie. Put these numbers in, and then you tick a box that says only accept calls from my contacts.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
I know, and then you just fix the problem. And then I recommend you unplug. If you can't do what I've just told you on the landline, stop them using the landline.
Can't get
Mobile signal.
That's a shame. Okay, well then do that. And also tell him that nothing on this planet is urgent unless somebody's lying next to him dying. That's the only thing that's urgent in life, or he's not well. You know, that's it. Apart from that, nothing is urgent. And this is the sad thing I see, especially because my biggest case I dealt with was one of my recruitment clients, her mother-in-law, which sadly has now passed away, lost $800,000 through a scam.
Yeah.
You know, that's the inheritance gone again, you know? So that's why I think it's so important that we protect older people. Not just from the inheritance, but just for their own sanity's sake, you know, because it's.
I had a friend who he got caught. He was early onset Alzheimer's at the time, and he got caught out They even turned up at his house. They took 30,000 from his bank account and then turned up and demanded another 10. It got so bad that they had to move house. And their son had to move back in and live with them because they were coming down from Birmingham threatening. It was awful.
Oh, shame. And then what happened?
He's died now, sadly.
Oh.
And they had to change everything. They had to.
Did they get caught at all?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Shocking.
So I'm going to tell you some stuff now. So, you know, I work with Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, and Cambridgeshire police units. I work with Metropolitan as well, but let's just stick with those three. Those three big counties. How many people do you think do they have in their cyber team? And I know all of them.
7.
The answer's on the screen. 3.
3.
Now, in the UK, 68% of all crime is now cyber-related or fraud crime. So why is it that the UK government is giving those counties 3 people? And I tell you what the problem is, because most attacks come from overseas. In other words, they don't have the manpower they can go and catch the man who's killed somebody. That's fair enough, because it's there, or was broken into the way you weren't lucky. They steal your house or your car, you've got no chance. But still, because it's local, they can find the people. But with cyber, they can't. And in those 3 counties, I don't know about the others, if you've lost anything below £10,000, you will not even get a phone call back. Do you know? And it's the biggest problem we have in the UK. I mean, all worldwide. So to me, there's a massive disconnect here somewhere. But let me just now I want to talk to you about the. Let me just share my screen again. I want to talk to you about the dark web. How familiar are you all with the dark web?
Not familiar at all. I know of it, but I don't know how it works or anything.
What about yourself, Mike? Helen?
That's it.
So let me tell you about the dark web, right? So the dark web is where you can buy child porn, AK-47s, any drug of choice, and have it delivered there this afternoon to your house. Okay. But it's also the same place where these people sell your data. So, for instance, you know, we're all on Zoom now. A couple of years ago, Zoom was done, and something like 500,000 records became for sale for Zoom. So my question always when I do these sessions, I'm like, when last did you change your Zoom account? But again, I'm going to be controversial now, and I'm going to tell you that you should never have to change your passwords unless it's been compromised. And people go, no, but every 90 days, that's really old advice, and it's really bad advice, because then people take chances. They add an exclamation mark and then another exclamation mark, and they think that with today's technology, you can't crack that. I can tell you now, within any 8-character password, we can crack it under 1 hour. So, and that was a year ago. So the point here is that once your data becomes for sale on the dark web, they use that to launch attacks against you. And remember, I told you about 36 billion records. And that's why, for me, it's so important to monitor the dark web for your data, because then you can take action the moment there's a problem. It's like, and I use an analogy of a front door. You know, do you go and change your front door every 90 days? No, you never change your front door lock. You only change it if somebody's broken into it, and then you change the front. And here, the password works on the same principle. Make sense?
Yeah.
But now I'm going to tell you a story. I shouldn't laugh, but this was brilliant. And I'm going to do the same to you. I have a very sick sense of humor. I'm sorry. But I get the point across, right? So I'm speaking to this lady. She owns a small estate agency in here in Hertfordshire, right? And we're having a call. And we're talking about a cybersecurity. And whilst I'm on the phone to her, which I'm going to do to you now as well in a minute, and I always say I hope I find nothing. But anyway, so I run a dark web audit report on her company as we're speaking on the phone. And at one point I said, Maria, how's your dog doing? And there's this silence, right? She goes, Francis, my dog died 18 months ago. I said, I'm so sorry to hear, Maria. And then the penny drops. She goes, but how did you know I've got a dog or had a dog? I said, well, you've been using it for years and years and years as your password. It says Lola dog, Lola dog, Lola dog, 1, 2, 3, Lola dog, 2 exclamation marks. And I found all your passwords on the dark web. Can you imagine this? Now, on that note, I did promise you. Now let's have show you some stuff. I hope you're going to volunteer. Let's do this. Let me just find it. There it is. Let me just make sure I'm logged in. What we're going to do now, we're going to do live dark web audit reports. We're going to check what data of yours is currently for sale on the dark web. Are you game for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to log
I'd
in.
rather know than not know.
Well, you know what, Tanya, you've nailed it, because it's and again, I compare it to your health. Surely if there's some problem with your body, you would want to know, because then you can fix it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The same logic happens with cybersecurity. People just worry about stuff. You don't need to worry about anything if you know what's going on, prevent it, and you're monitoring it. Then you've got nothing to worry about. So let me just share my screen again. Share screen. There. So we legally do this, but again, this is public knowledge. Okay, so anybody can go on the dark web. You download a web browser called Tor, T-O-R, and then I don't recommend you do it, but still you can, and then you can go and look at what the stuff is available, or what's available, right? So earlier I asked you to share your password. So your email addresses. How do I say? So we'll check you out as well, Ian, in a second. But I'm going to start with Tanya and Helen. So all I need is an email address, the email domain. But I can either do revealed or I'm going to do masked. But because the session is recorded, I'm not going to do revealed. But if you want me to afterwards send you the full-blown one on WhatsApp, then I'll gladly do that. But now I'm just going to do masked. So let's start with one. So there's that one. So let's run. I hope we find nothing. I always say that because it's nice when I find nothing. Because let's have a look. So that's great news. There you go. Right now, you do not have any emails sitting for sale on the dark web.
Thank God for that.
Mm-hmm. Right? Now, just for fun, let's just try somebody else, just so you can get the feeling of how this works. Do you have a supplier or somebody you do a lot of business with? We can test it as well.
No, that's not me.
I think it's me.
Sorry, that's me. And if I click, what's annoying, if I click no, then it disconnects my. Let me see. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay.
Supplier that we use.
Yeah, I just need their email domain so I can show you how this works.
Solicitors or
George Davis and Evans.
Yeah. You pick one. Let's do yours, because this is all to do. Remember what I said about supply chain attacks?
Yeah.
Why, when people buy companies, I say to them, let's go and check them out first. Because if their data is for sale on the dark web, why should I pay you to buy your business? Because I can get your data anyway for free. So, but from a supply chain point of view, this stuff is important for you guys to know. So if you're dealing with a lot of business with a solicitor, let's go and check them out. I mean, this is public information. It's not we looking at something that we should be looking at.
Okay.
So just give me their email domain in the chat, then I can copy and paste it.
Chat. Where's the chat gone? Bear with me.
All right.
Let's type it right. No. I think that's the right. Oh, whoops.
And whilst you do that, let's quickly go and check out
Let me just double check.
Mike's one. Was it George Davis Evans? Okay, before we do that one, I just quickly want to, Mike, let me check yours out for you as well.
Yeah, I'll just copy this from their website.
This is taking long, Mike.
I think both our emails were hacked over different times, over different years.
Okay, here's a brilliant example now. Okay, thanks for. So we've got multiple problems here, and I'm going to explain why, if you don't mind, without revealing. But I'm doing this for learning. Okay, you can see here we've got multiple emails. Maybe some you don't even know about. For some reason, somebody set an email up with "I bet you any money" that says "welcome," and then you've got a password starting with DKH. Ring a bell or not?
No, the password on that one now is like one of these 20-character things, but we have had loads of incidents with that because we've been in business a long time.
Exactly.
Where, other customers said they were flooded with emails from us, and this is going back like 10, 12 years ago, stuff like that.
But here's the other thing which is more important for you, Mike, and it's this, and I'm going to come back to this. This is when you set up an email domain. This is so important. Even if you're not even using it, but the fact that you've got that domain in your company, you need to set up what we call 3 records. They're called the SPF, the DKIM, and the DMARC records, and they're basically email security records. And if you don't set them up, guess what? I can send you an email from Donald Duck. But right now, I can send an email from mike@rivershill.co.uk to either Helen or Tanya. And if you hover over it, it'll see lettings at. It'll look 100% real, which means if they know you, trust you, they go, "Oh, yeah, I know, Mike. I've been doing business with him for years. This must be a legitimate email." No, it's not. I've just impersonated you because your email security records are not in place. Not only that, the other problem that since February this year, both if you're sending a lot of emails to the likes of Gmail or to Yahoo accounts, your emails will simply not be delivered because those 2 big companies are now just dropping the email because you don't have your email security records in place. And the other email providers are going to jump onto that same bandwagon. So this is why I think this is so important, and we'll go through that a bit deeper in a minute for you as well. Helen and Tanya, to make sure you've got yours in place, and if you don't, I'll tell you how to fix it. So let's have a look at George Davies, and normally if the report is quick, it means that they don't have anything, that nothing is. That's good. That's good. Look at that. But again, so they're a law firm, right?
Yeah.
If you want to, we should do this maybe after we take a break. But I will send you an email from that partner that you're dealing with to your inbox. Now, that's not good, is it?
No.
And it's because they're missing 2 out of the 3 most important email security records. Where you do have some. I just need to triple check which ones you have. But this is a lot of people don't even know this stuff exists. And I don't know, are you dealing with any? Let me just stop the sharing for a sec. Any of the 3 of you dealing with credit card payments?
No.
No, that's good. You know anybody that's dealing with credit card payments, as in suppliers or customers?
I would say the solicitors are the ones who deal with the payments for buyers and sellers and things like that. We just get paid from the solicitors.
Well, that's great news. So
just backtracking for one sec, just to on this other point about domains, and so what's the word? A million years ago, that email or the website was created with that .co.uk with our business name on.
Yeah.
So, and then we pay a fee every year to the people who host that name or provided it to us, whichever company that is. I forget now. But, well, I think it's somebody based in. They were anyway somewhere in Sweden apparently. But, and we pay like, I don't know, £25 a year or something.
Sure.
So really, we have to log on to that account and say, right, we want to set up effectively 2 or 3 factor authentication to make any email changes. Is that kind of what you were saying a few minutes ago?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, we can run through that with you live today just to triple check it, just to make sure.
No, I don't want to interrupt the flow here at all, but I'm just saying essentially what you're, just to be absolutely clear, what you're saying is that unless your whoever does your web hosting domain provision company that you're registered with, you have to go to them and say, right, these are the set up effectively 2 or 3 factor authentication for any changes to your.
No, it's a different.
No,
it's a completely
it's
different.
Okay.
If you think about 2 or multi-factor authentication, that's just you know, I always compare it to these. Do you remember these that we used to use? You know, we put a card in and generate.
Well, I still use one of those for the bank.
Yeah. So the number only lasts 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What we've done is we've taken this and gone electronic to doing a mobile phone, which I want to show you and teach you today and help you set up at least a few to make sure that you know 100% how to do them. But so if you think about 2-factor, multi-factor authentication codes, they are purely for logging onto systems. Nothing to do with your email security records. That's completely separate.
Right. Okay.
And I've actually written an ebook on it, and I'll gladly share with all of you, just to, if you want to try to do it yourself, or you've got somebody that might be able to do it, get them to do it. But it must get done, because it'll improve your deliverability and it'll stop anybody impersonating you. And that's a great thing to have in place, you know. So, shall we take a 10 or 15-minute break, and then the next session I want to spend a lot of time on a lot of practical stuff. Any questions or any things that you can think of? Has that been helpful so far? Without
Yeah,
very much so. Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to warn these solicitors that we deal with that they are vulnerable that way.
General, sorry, I had a surveyor turn up, so I didn't see that.
Yes, so the George David Evans, there was nothing found there, but their emails aren't as secure as could be, so they could be hacked and then email us, which isn't them emailing us.
Yeah, which I think, and I'm going to prove it, because there's nothing like proof in the pudding. So we have this tool, which I'm going to share with you as well, and I'll put in the chat for you right now, so you can actually test your especially your suppliers first, right? So including yourself. Here's the tool that we created. So we work with a company in South Africa called Sendmark, and they've given us access to this tool that checks people's email domains for these security records. And anything below a 4 means that they can be impersonated or spoofed. So if we look at this company now, which one? The one we just checked now. What was that? This one here.
George Davis Evans, yeah.
Let's have a look. There you go. They've got 2 out of 5. I mean, that's shocking, right? So that means that you can see, if I'm just looking down the list, might means nothing to you, but it means a lot to me. So I can see they're using Office 365, but they're missing their DMARC record, none, and they've got 1 record as well. They should have 2. So they are completely open to spoof attacks. And when we come back, I'm going to show you how it's done. I'm going to do it. Because until I do it, people don't believe it. And there's nothing like seeing something for real.
Was ours any good?
Yeah, ours was fine. Yeah.
Let's go have a look at yours again. So that's that. Let me just go back to yours. Yeah, I think we checked yours, isn't it? What was your domain?
Cardigan Bay Properties.co.uk, yeah. It came out okay, but not.
Sure, I checked it. You got 3 out of 5, so you've got a bit of work to do. Okay, so I can still spoof you as well.
Okay.
And the reason is because you've got your DMARC set to none.
No email handling.
So there are 3. The first level is none, the second one is quarantine, and the third one is reject. So if you get to reject, you go to 5 out of 5. But by doing this, you're just immediately dropping your risk from these attacks massively. So it's such a simple thing we need to do. But again, I can take you through step by step, or we can help you as well, your choice. But you've got the link there now, so if you want to test them out, some other people, and then you can. That tool doesn't work with personal email addresses; it only works with business email addresses. Just so you know that.
Okay.
But I think it's important that when you're dealing with anybody, you go and check them out, and you go, "Listen, guys, are you aware of this? You know, do you want to fix it? Well, you should be fixing it because you are now we're doing business together.
Mm.
So anyway, all right, I'll see you back here at 1:15.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Bye. Sun is coming out here now.
Yeah, it's a lovely day here too. Actually, very nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful here in West Wales as well. It's gorgeous, actually. Makes a change. We're normally famous for rain.
Yeah, well, similar to Ireland then.
Yes, very similar. Yeah. "15 minutes and I forgot to make a cup of tea."
Take your time. I told you this will go past quickly, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes. Very quickly.
It always goes. Just time just flies. And it's just.
When you're being terrified.
I would never do such a thing.
Sorry, I've just dropped my pen. Bear in a second.
Trouble is, there's so much that your brain is just fried, and you're thinking, "God, where do I begin? What do I do?"
Well, Helen, the good news is I'll show you exactly what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. For me, obviously, I do it all day long with my team, but this stuff is so easy to fix.
Yeah, it's like us.
But if you ask me how to sell a house,
Yeah.
I would never clue.
No, exactly. Yeah, so I was just about to say we sell houses every day. It's like, we've been doing it for 20 years each, me and Tanya, and it's just second nature. But for the average person, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to sort of reiterate that, I mean, it's almost overwhelming. It's one of these things where when you start focusing on the all the holes in this, where you're vulnerable, the amount of activity that it's from that it's kind of you feel a little bit kind of frozen in the headlights then because it's you're just so exposed basically.
Yeah, you've just nailed it. Correct. And that's why I love doing what I'm doing because when I show people, they can then know what to do and how to fix it. But the stuff I show you, I bet you nobody's ever shown you this stuff.
No, I think the little sort of bit I've sort of surmised is that we've had different people who have have helped us with tech. So you're a complete novice if you like, and they can do stuff and are very knowledgeable. So and we started with because I've been in it a long time. We got our first website in, I think it was 1999.
Yeah.
That's when that domain was registered, that .co.uk, and at that point it was kind of, it was, it was all very, very, very new. Yeah. So it's, but and people that we think are knowledgeable are not security people.
No.
So that's that distinction you made. I never really got before. I just thought, oh, they know about tech. That's it. They know everything. But
and Mike, and you're not alone. And this is why I'm trying to educate business owners. Because it's a different discipline.
Yes.
And unless you eat, sleep, and breathe and dream the stuff, you don't know where to focus. If I tell you in the UK alone, there's something like 12,500 different cybersecurity solutions and services for small businesses. How are you going to know where to pick? So unless you focus, like anything in life, unless you focus on it day in and day out, you just will never become good at it.
Yeah.
And that's why we made that choice. And the more I learn, the more I just want to help people.
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, you quite it's what's the word? One's quite or every day you think, look, or even with the solicitors, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
If you're on trial for your life, you need this guy, yeah. If you're doing
Yeah.
a property transaction, you need this firm, and just, you know, even within that thing, if you go to someone that's not their specialty, they can be shocking. Yeah.
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 Decision.
So,
A lot of money.
so Helen, I've made you co-host. I want Tanya to watch this now. Tanya, are you ready for this?
Oh no.
I want you to share your screen and open your email so we can see your inbox, please, Helen.
I'm not sure I'm all right with that, to be honest, because it's a lot of
Oh, is it? Okay. No, don't worry. Okay, just
a week, and
okay.
I've got about 60 emails in there, and they're all.
No, that's fine. 100%. I will never get you to do anything you don't like. But tell me, just monitor your inbox and tell me what you see.
Oh, I see. Right, hang on. That's not working. Hang on. Am I looking at the DocuSign one?
No.
There's another one. Oh, hang on. I can do this. And hold on. Let me share my screen with this. I can do that.
Just show the latest email that came in.
Where is share my screen? Sorry.
Have you been cracked?
Yeah, I know. Where is my share my screen? How do I do this?
It's down the bottom. You know where the buttons are. It's next to chat, just the one next to chat. Share my screen, and then say screen 1 or something. Or you can just tell everybody, your choice.
I'll just do this one quickly. It does say unverified. Can you see it?
Unverified.
Yeah, so it does say warning unverified sender. I do anything that comes in with that on it, I tend to delete.
Which good. But my point here to you, I'm going to tell you 2 things.
And the shops.
The reason why I was able to do it was because of your missing, your DMARC records not set up correctly. And number 2, because you have no email security in place.
Oh,
if I tell you that Office 365 are letting through between 20 to 40% of attacks every single day. It might warn you, you know, correct, but you know, sometimes people are busy and the kids are screaming and kids want feeding and there's another Zoom call coming and done. But the fact, you know, why stop a thief with an axe when he's standing in your lounge? You need to make sure he doesn't even come into the country, never mind into the neighborhood. But so what you've seen there, Mike and Tanya, is I've just spoofed. If you hover over that email, you'll see it's Tanya's email.
Yeah, it's me that sent it to you.
Yeah, if you reply to that email.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, because you think, oh, it's Tanya.
Yeah.
Let me share again then so Mike can see that. Hang on a minute. That one. Share.
Yeah, you see, that's her email address.
Shocking. Mm-hmm.
Now you can see. So imagine we're sending the property details from you to somebody. They're going to think it's you because that old trick of hovering over that doesn't work anymore. You know, so there's the point that I'm making. Okay. Now.
So when you say there's no email security, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so what we do for a lot of companies, we implement a solution that sits on top of Office 365. So in other words, I mean, our success rate of stripping out attacks is sitting at 99.9999999%. So we've got close to 100% success rate. So not only that, so we check every single link, for instance. So let's say even you open up an email with an infected link on a different unprotected device, we would still protect you because that link goes through our security system before it goes to the end place. Okay. Which is very clever. So we use AI. So we look at behavior, right? So when implemented, and we always do 14-day trials for people just to show them what's currently sitting. In many cases, we always also find infected files sitting in their OneDrive and their SharePoint and in their Teams completely undetected because Microsoft missed it. So they're sitting there like landmines, if that makes sense. But so our view, and again, I was with this guy last night. He says, "Yeah, we do awareness training." I'm like, why do you waste your money and your time? He says, what do you mean? No, we have to train our staff how to spot the phishing attacks. I said, how do you stop a baby walking over the M25? How about we build 2 walls either side so they can't walk over the M25? Simple, the stuff to fix, you know? But a lot of people don't even know that this stuff exists. He said, wow, I never thought of it like that. I said, we should never make the end user responsible for deciding whether this link is infected or not. I think that's wrong. Because staff members, you can train them all day long, and it's just going to take a moment of weakness, and they click on that link. End off. You only need one to get through. So this is how you fix the problem. You just stop all the attacks coming in. And the other, just before we move on to a lot of practical examples, wow, we can maybe include it. You know, talk about mobiles. Remember, I spoke about that a lot earlier. But with mobiles, there's something like, if I just share my screen again with you, these are the latest. I just share my screen. Yeah, that one there. Actually, I want to play you, or I also want to share with you one more video. Stop share. I always forget to do the share sound thing as well. You'll love this video. Yeah, so we just about to launch our mobile security. Hopefully next week or two. It's called Lookout. It's already been installed in something like 138 million mobile devices around the world. But you know, mobiles are attacked so many times now because people are, or the hackers are starting to realize that people can stop attacks coming in from email. So they're moving to WhatsApp and they through Facebook and through LinkedIn. And imagine you're sitting in Starbucks and you connect to their Wi-Fi. Starbucks is the most attacked coffee shop on the planet right now. And I always say to people, never, ever, ever, ever connect to Wi-Fi unless you really, really have to. And if you do, don't do anything financial. And I mentioned about people visiting, you know, and I've told you how to fix that problem. I'm going to show you in a minute your WhatsApp account. And again, Facebook, so many people use Facebook and, you know, for paid ads. And once again, your Facebook account, we dealt with this case recently where they got into a Facebook account and spent £50,000 on pay-per-click ads. Right? Not hers, somebody else's, but her money. And then for a good measure, they left the ISIS flag on a website, on a Facebook business page.
Wow.
It's now been 6 months. I mean, they took it down immediately. 6 months, and she still can't get her thing back, her Facebook page. So she's lost so much money and time. Only why? For one reason alone, because they never turned on two-factor authentication on a Facebook account. And this is why I want you to check today. You know, do you use LinkedIn, all of you?
Yeah.
So we're going to check LinkedIn. We're going to, you know, we're going to check WhatsApp. We're going to check all the other key accounts just to make sure they're secure. And if not, we'll do it right now. But this is just a big, big area that we see a lot of stuff through. I've told you about supply chain attacks. That is so important. I mean, it's just gone mental the last 12 months. And then I want to, that's all about the reporting stuff, which I'm going to show you. And I want to show you this this video. This is such a cool video. Where is the video? This one here, right? I did a post on this on LinkedIn, and it went viral. I mean, about 86,000 views in the first two to 3 days. So how long do you think it will take somebody to get all your information from a single click on Facebook?
5 seconds, 10 seconds.
Close. Watch this.
Oh, hi, can I help?
Hot chocolate.
What's the name?
Joelle.
What was the name?
Alex.
Alex. There you go, Johnny.
Cheers.
If you like our Facebook page, we give you a free hot drink and a free pastry.
We have a new life for Damien.
Standing by. Hi there, can I help?
Yeah, I just liked your Facebook page. Okay, I'll search Facebook now. Google. Have a phone number. I've got his email address.
Okay, Carly, are you ready?
For information on Damien.
Yep, I am.
Mother's maiden name is he banks with
Carly, this is the girl coming in now with the blue scarf.
What's her name?
Nicholas. His date of birth, 7th of May. She lives at 38A.
Just be a couple of seconds.
2 children, 8, 4 and 6. Previous address.
Yep, got it. Damien, age 26, a fitness instructor.
How do you know that?
Where did you go to UCL? Martin went to South Thames College, assistant psychologist at Great Ormond Street.
You know I'm a Christian as well.
Oh yeah, we know everything about you, Martin. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Anna from Russia.
Now, you're not going to believe it, right? I saw a longer version of that video. What do you think that lady did with that coffee cup?
Threw it in the
Put it in the bin.
And people want to know why they get dumped. You know, seriously. But when I share my slides with you, please share this with your team, especially younger members of the team, right? Because they like to click on everything.
Mm.
And this is why I was like, okay. This one friend of mine, he runs another cybersecurity company, and he got his own staff member because he went on his Facebook page, and the guy the night before clicked on or joined the Barclays Bank group on Facebook. So immediately you kind of know that maybe banks with Barclays, and then he does spoof call from Barclays, and thank you so much for joining our group last night. And he just called him. It's like he's supposed to be a security specialist. Anyway, he didn't. So now let's have some. Let me show you some fun stuff that's going to help you a lot. Okay, let's start with WhatsApp, my favorite app. Mike, do you have WhatsApp?
Yep.
Use it.
Yes.
You use it for maybe receiving property information, maybe photos of a property, a video, or maybe people's pay slips or proof of address or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of regard it as super secure, probably wrongly, but I was told that, you have to, I'm an old bloke, but that it's encrypted, so it is a safer way to send, bank details and things.
So Mike, it's what you're saying is true. In other words, when you send data from here to there, the data is encrypted. Problem that you have is that before that data gets sent, it's sitting on a device, your phone.
Yeah.
So if I can get onto your phone, into your WhatsApp account,
right,
how would that work for you? And I can see everything that you've ever done, all your photos, all your messages, everything.
Yeah. But I can, because this is I'm just being honest with you, because my phone's an iPhone, Apple. I'm assuming that that's super secure.
Now you know what assume does, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and sadly, you're not the only one. There's millions of people think the same, and it's almost like VPNs. Have you ever used a VPN?
No.
A virtual private network, so VPN, similar logic. What it does, it encrypts data from between here and there. The problem is, if this device here gets infected, guess what? The infection will go securely to the other side. That's all.
Right.
So most people don't set up the VPN properly. They should set it up, and I'm dead against VPNs for that reason, because most people don't know how to set them up properly to only allow the data through that should go through, not everything. And you see this a lot since the beginning of COVID, because people work from home. Yeah, but I've got a VPN. I'm like, let me tell you a story then, okay? You know me, I've got a lot of stories. So imagine you sitting on the second floor of a big building, okay? Same company, 2, 3, 4 building floors. The only thing that's connecting those floors together, apart from the lift, of course, is the ducting. You know, the what do you call it? The
ventilation.
The ventilation. Now, if you're sitting on the second floor and you're coughing and you've got COVID, guess what's going to happen to those particles? They're going to go securely through the ventilation to the third floor and infect everybody on the third floor. But at least they went there securely, because it's metal casing and everything else. How's that a good idea? And this is why I'm saying that we need to protect the devices we're coming from. It's so important. So now, can you all three of you, take your phones out, open up WhatsApp for me? I want to show you something. Go into settings. Are you all using iPhones, or what kind of phones are you using?
Yeah.
iPhones, yeah.
Brilliant. It's so funny. Every time I speak, about 99% of people got iPhone, and the rest has got what I call non-iPhone. So I'm delighted that you're using iPhone. So go into settings, to account, And put your hand up if you've got two-step verification turned on.
So go into settings and then go where?
Go to settings, then go to account. You found it?
Yeah, like your Apple ID, you mean?
No. Settings. Sorry, open up WhatsApp. I maybe.
Oh, what WhatsApp? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
WhatsApp. Sorry.
Go to WhatsApp, and then bottom right you'll see settings.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
And then go to account.
Yeah.
And then have a look at your two-step verification. I think the second one from the top. Is that turned on?
Right. No.
Yours, Tanya?
No, it wasn't. I have to put my phone has got two-step verification to get into that side of things, but then I'll have another two-step verification to get into this again. So I've got 4-step. So yeah, that's good.
Every step is a good step. Simple as that. But let me now teach you, because imagine, and remember what I told you about the SIM pin. If I can either convince somebody to get your SIM, or I just take your SIM out and put it in another phone, you're done. Because now I can reinstall all these apps, including WhatsApp. Why do you think Boris was done? Because this wasn't turned on. Okay? Now, please go and turn on now. So you turn it on, it's asking you for a 6-digit, and then it's going to ask you for a verification email address. Put that email address in. It's going to send you a code. Put the code in. Let's get this done now. Helen's is done already, which is great news. 1 out of 3 at least. And it's going to send a code to your email. So put that in. And that's the first stage of protecting. I'm going to send you and show you something else now. And just so you know, every now and again, WhatsApp's going to ask you for this for the 6-digit code. Not every time, but sometimes. Just to make sure it's you using it, not somebody else. How are you getting on, Tanya?
Yep, all done.
Marvelous.
Just doing it now, just adding my email.
Brilliant. Doesn't take long.
Hit in the head by a fly. Too many flies.
Funny, this year I didn't see as many flies as last year. I remember more flies last year, I'm sure.
Yeah. Not many wasps around this year either.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty of wasps.
Have you? You got a nest somewhere, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one nearby here. I had one in the house yesterday.
No.
Look at one of those fly squatter things. It's so satisfying when they get. Wish I could do that with hackers and scammers.
Okay. So yeah, that's done now.
Wonderful. Now you know where you went into settings and you saw two-step verification, or sorry, account. Just under account, you'll see another section called privacy.
Yep.
Go into privacy, and I bet you don't have this turned on, Helen. And go all the way down to app lock.
App lock disabled.
There you go. And hey?
Enabled after 1 minute.
No, do it immediately, please.
Okay.
Immediately. So what?
Immediately.
Did you find it, Mike?
Just doing it now. So I'm into privacy.
Yeah,
and then
privacy. Go down to app lock. It's about halfway down, or almost at the end.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Do you do the unlock with biometrics then?
Yes, 100%. So now every time you open up 365 WhatsApp, it's going to check for your face or your fingerprint, which is brilliant, because if somebody rips your phone off you whilst your phone is unlocked, that's the problem. So now they have to have. I'm going to show you something else as well, which is a new feature. But it's been are you done, Mike?
Yeah, I'm just kind of I'm just writing down what we've done.
No, don't worry, because I can.
I've got a second I've got WhatsApp Business as well to do it again later.
Okay, but you're gonna. I knew you were gonna say that, Mike. So when I send you the recording of my slides, at the end of the slides, I've got little videos that I've made to do all these things for you step by step, and you can watch this video back as well.
Right.
Because I'm going to send you the notes and the recording, so you can just rewind and listen to it again and again.
Okay, great. Thanks, man. Bye.
No, you're welcome. So now I want you to go into the phone and then go into settings. You know, the little gear.
Yeah.
This is the main phone itself.
Yeah, this is the phone itself. You know, you've got settings, you've got your name at the top, and if you scroll down to Face ID and passcode.
Yeah.
I've got. Sorry, Helen.
I was going to say I've got Android. I've got biometrics and password. Would that be the same thing?
Oh, you've got Android. Sorry, I said you had an iPhone.
No.
No.
Okay, so I think yours by default should be turned on, Helen. So, because I know the Android is quite good with this stuff.
Turned on.
Say again?
Face recognition turned on.
Okay, that's fine. I want to show Mike and Tanya something else on the iPhone.
No, I've got the same as Helen. Sorry.
Oh, you got the same?
Yeah.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay, fine. Sorry, I misheard you earlier.
No, that's fine.
So let me show Mike this, because this, if you know anybody with iPhone, I'm going to show you another thing, because most of my team, they're completely anti-Apple. So, which is another story. But you know, myself, my business partner, we love iPhones and Apple for many reasons. One of the main ones is security, but we'll come back to that. So, Mike, if you go into your settings and go down to Face ID and passcode.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I'm on it now.
Yeah, go down to a section that says stolen device protection. Have you got that turned on?
Okay. Yeah, that's turned on. Yeah.
That's really good news. Let me tell you, everybody, what this is, right? And I don't know, Helen and Tanya, I don't know if the Android phones do this, but it's worth finding out. So what this does, okay, this feature on the iPhone, is, let's say, again, somebody steals your phone, which they do, apparently 10 minutes in London. If the first thing they do whilst the phone is unlocked is, of course, they'll go in and change your Apple ID or your ID for your main account on the phone. What this does, if you are not at home or at the office, because it learns where you are the most of the time, it asks you for your Face ID. But not only once, even if you could provide your face, it makes you wait another hour before you can do it again. And only if you pass the hour again, then only can you go in and make changes, which I think is brilliant. Very clever feature, right? Now, the other thing for all of you, what's your timeout set before the phone locks?
Oh, I change this quite often because of
So Mike, have a look at yours. Is brilliant because you can set yours to 15 seconds. Mike, on yours, on the iPhone, you can only go down to 30 seconds.
Right. And where would I find that on settings?
It's under, let me just tell you, it's under display and brightness on the iPhone.
Same, Tanya.
Yeah, display and brightness.
And then where it says sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, mine says 30 seconds.
Brilliant. Good.
Right.
Display.
You're suggesting we do it for 15 seconds.
Absolutely. It's just because your phone is like, it's like the keys of the car.
Mm.
If you lose that, you're going to cry like a baby. Okay. So
Screen timeout 15 seconds.
Now the next thing we're going to do is the SIM pin. Remember how I told you how important the SIM pin is? Because if I can get hold of your SIM, I've got access to your entire life, really. So, because I could just put it in another phone. So I'm going to teach you how to do this, and we're going to do it, but I want you to go really slowly, because if we get this wrong, you will brick your phone and you're going to hate me for it. Okay? And then you've got to spend an hour from another phone back to your provider and then unlock it again. But you can imagine this is really good because it stops people from stealing your SIM, and it stops the whole smishing attack process, or the vishing attack. So if you look on your phone, Helen and Tanya, for mobile, I think it's look for SIM-PIN if you can find that. I think SIM-PIN security. Mike, if you just look for SIM-PIN under settings,
yeah.
If you just either search, at the top there's a search box. If you can't find it there, it's under mobile services on your phone.
Set up SIM lock, would that be?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one you want.
I've just got SIM card security.
Yeah, that's the one. If you go into SIM-PIN.
SIM card security.
Yeah.
It's a lock SIM card. Require your SIM and PIN to unlock and use your SIM card.
Okay, don't do anything, right? So let's do one of you at a time. So Helen, let's start with you. Who's your provider?
3.
3. Okay, your default SIM-PIN is 4 zeros.
4 zeros.
4 zeros, yeah. So I'm going to put all the codes we use. You can share this at the office with everybody else, right? Now let's do you first, Helen. So first, turn it on. It's going to ask you for the default SIM-PIN, which is 4 zeros. Do you want to do that now?
Turn that on. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it says lock SIM card. Do I need to change the SIM pin?
Well, have you set this up before?
No, it says. Can you see that?
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, so it's turned off at the moment. So you want to turn it on?
Yeah, but it's asking me for a code. Is it?
Yeah, the code should be 4 zeros.
This is what I get if I turn it on. Can you see that?
Yeah, there's 4 zeros.
So I just put 4 zeros in. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So now you've turned it on, but with the default pin, right? Which again, I can get on the internet if I had your phone in my hand right now. So now we're going to change the SIM pin, which means you first, and this is where I got wrong, because trust me, I locked my own phone on a Sunday night, and I had to wait till Monday to unlock my phone. I couldn't even use Wi-Fi calling because I was like so excited to learn something new. Bang, done. I didn't read the instructions. So now you put in your 4 zeros again.
So I go in to change my SIM.
Correct. Yeah.
Put that in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay.
And now it's asking you for your new SIM pin, which is 4 characters or 4 digits. Please, please, please never forget them, because every now and again, if you reboot your phone or you do an update, only then it's going to ask you. Or if you upgrade your phone or you move your SIM into another phone, it's going to ask you for this pin. So write it down and put it into your favorite cookbook or wherever you want to put it, but save it in a very important place.
Okay.
Brilliant. Tanya, do you want to go next?
Yeah.
So who's your phone provider?
I'm with EE.
So that's 4 ones, okay?
Okay.
So you turn it on, put in 4 ones.
Okay.
And now you're going to change it, and then you're going to put in the 4 ones, and then you put in your own one.
Okay. Change successfully.
Brilliant. Excellent. Mike, your turn.
Right, okay.
You're in the SIM-PIN section?
Yeah. No, I'm not actually. So I'm in settings and then mobile service.
Yeah, if you scroll down about halfway down, you'll see SIM-PIN. Just underneath network service, network provider services.
So it's got, it says mobile service, then the options below this is mobile data, personal hotspot, default voice line, and then I've got SIMs. I've got 2 SIMs in the same phone. I've got a work second eSIM.
Okay, which one do you want to do first then?
Well, I mean, do the personal. Well, do the business one first, I suppose, and then okay.
So do that one. So who's your provider?
Provider is EE.
Yeah, so 4 ones. So you go into it. You go set up and
Oh, so SIM pin, yeah, I've got that on this
That's
one.
it.
Okay, so SIM pin, and so you select SIM pin and then go change enter. Oh, so the default one will be EE. Is it 111? Is it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Done.
And once it's turned on, then you
right.
go
So
back,
then I can change it.
then you can change it, and then you first put in the default one again.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
And then, and this is where I got caught. And then you put in the
Done. Right. So that's done.
brilliant. And do you want to do your other one as well?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm quite nervous about this, just because
Remember to write that, to keep that number. That number.
I have done. Yeah. Just so business. So just going back to personal. 1 second.
So the one we're doing next, who's that with? Is it with the same provider or somebody?
Same provider. Yeah.
Okay. So that's great. So it's, again, all ones. So like I said, it'll only ever ask you if you reboot the phone or if you do an update or something like that.
So
Yeah, Helen?
I was just going to say, so every time, if we have to restart the phone,
Yeah, it'll ask you. And remember, this is different from your normal password. This is your SIM password.
Remember that.
But please go and share this with other people and let them go slowly. Otherwise, they're going to hate you for getting it wrong. But I think, especially in your industry, it's you really, really, really want to know about this stuff. But remember the line: just let them catch somebody else.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now let's talk about reporting. I think this is. Have you heard of 7726? No. Okay.
No.
So if you went onto your phone right now and just send any message, open up you'll see at the bottom of the, if you look at your keypad, let me just open it up. Keypad. You've got letters underneath the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at what 7726 spells, it spells the word spam.
Oh.
So you should be able to remember this, okay? So just for fun, if you go to create a new text and send a text message, you can write anything. You're going to write 1, 2, 3, whatever, but to send it to 7726, and you'll see the response you get.
$7726, you said.
Yeah.
Send it to that.
Yeah. Now this is action fraud, right?
So if I put test and just send it.
Just write test. Yeah. So imagine the following: a text message comes in. You go, this is a bit dodgy, because most of them are. Copy that number and forward it to 7726. Why? Because you've just helped other people. So you shared the number. This is a dodgy text, and that goes straight through to action fraud. And hopefully soon, it's not ready yet, they will actually be able to take those numbers down within 2 hours. And I think this is such a great thing to do. I do it all the time. But I want to take it one step further, because I've got a really sick sense of humor. My record of keeping scammers on the phone is 18 minutes. And I recommend, if you've got that same sense of humor, do the same. Why? Because the longer we keep them on the phone, the longer, the less chance they have phoning your mom or my mom or somebody else's mom or dad. That's my logic, okay? But the moment I finish, or let me show you the process, what I normally do. Okay, this is another brilliant website that I use all the time. Let me share my screen with you again. Have you ever heard of Who Called Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have? Oh, brilliant. Have you ever used it?
Yeah.
I think I have.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear that. Now, and I'll tell you why this is so good for me, is what I do the moment somebody calls me, the first thing I do, if I don't know the number, I go and put the number in and I check out the number. Why? Because as you scroll down, you can see how many people have reported the same number. So that's my step one. My step two, and then I know it's a scam on the call, and then I hold them on the phone for as long as I can. And eventually I asked them if they believe in God, and I said, do you know what hell is like? And I get a bit personal with them, but these people say, how do you sleep at night? And eventually they swear and they call me every name under the sun and then put the phone down, which is okay. That's my fun for the day. I mean, sometimes I get 3 or 4 calls a day like this, but the next part. So remember, step one, check the number. Step two, send that number to 7726. Step three is to block the number, because if you open the number, if you scroll down to the bottom, you can block the number. Are you aware of that? Step four is to delete the message.
Right.
Do those 4 things every time. I know it's annoying, it's painful, but you're helping other people. That's the way I look at it always. So that's the first thing to do when it comes to reporting these. Now, the next thing I'm going to tell you is probably the best thing I'll ever tell you, and that's, have you heard of 159?
No.
No.
Can you all dial 159 now on your phone and listen to the message?
Oops.
Okay, put it down. Now, this is everybody I speak to never heard of this, and I think this is the most important thing you should know about in the property sector. Why? And tell all your solicitor suppliers as well. The moment somebody realizes that they've just made a fraudulent payment, it's those golden minutes that you need to get to the bank. Then you've got to search for your card, and then you know what it's like. If you just remember 159, and I go as far as recommending that you put this at the bottom of your signatures on your emails to say, if ever in doubt, dial 159 about any transaction you just made. Why? Because let's say with Barclays, you press number 2, you go straight through to the fraud department, and now you're speaking with the right people. So anything, this is brilliant.
Yeah, very clever. We can put that on the bottom of our invoices.
Yeah, it'll just make you look good, But and then let me share with you some other great websites.
So 159 is a service set up by the banks, is it, or the government, or?
Yeah, I know it's a government, but it's just a routing call center to get you straight through the fraud department for the relevant bank.
And that's the fraud department then. So.
Yeah. And that's who you want to speak to, because otherwise, if you phone your normal bank, you're going to this and this and this and this, and then 10 hours later, you get through the right people.
We were hacked somehow. We still don't know how. About a month ago, I noticed a weird transaction on mine and my husband's joint account card.
Yeah.
I went digging, and I found I phoned up the bank, on the number on the back of my card, and they just kept saying, go into your local branch. Well, they've shut all the local branches around us. The nearest local branch to us is 50 miles away now. So I kept saying that to her, I haven't got a local branch to go into. And she said, oh, well, you're going to have to find one and go into one. We've got a pop-up one in your local town. And I said, yeah, but I work, and that's only open until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's, I said, it's just no good for us. So I ended up tracking down the company who'd taken the money, phoned them up. And what had happened was somehow a couple had got our bank card detail. My husband's it was his name, our address, the joint account card, and the mobile number was 1 digit different to mine. So the end number, the last number was different to mine. The rest of the number was exactly the same. And they'd used the cards to pay for tickets at a swim place in Tenerife on their holiday. So we don't know when the breach was made. We don't know when they accessed the card details, got his information, because that account, we hardly use that card for anything other than our shopping and normal bills. But the bank were useless. So if I'd have known about this number then, that would have been, and I managed to get a full refund. The company were really amazing, and they went above and beyond to get our money back, because the people had already downloaded the tickets for this theme park. So they got the tickets, but they still managed to cancel them and give us our money back, which was really lovely.
Which is, and this is, I mean, we see that so often, you know, and it just takes you going to a restaurant, you know, or it takes them, again, they are saying, and this is why I'm saying so adamant to get your Amazon account and all the accounts where you store your payment cards to have that two-factor authentication turned on. Why? Because that's, if they can get into that, they've got your bank details, and to put those details onto another card is so easy nowadays. You can buy the stuff from Amazon to do that process. Okay, just putting it out there. Now, coming back to you, just reminded me of a brilliant point here. Have you ever heard of Experian Plus service?
No, Experian, yes, but not Experian Plus.
Now, what the Plus does, and it's, I think, I can't remember, I signed up this years ago. I think it's £6 or something a month. I mean, it's nothing. I can't remember how much. But what it does, £10 has gone up, bloody hell. Okay, £11 a month. It locks your credit rating or your credit, I don't know, how can we say that, your credit, whatever it's called.
Okay.
Your credit account. So the moment you subscribe, you turn this on. Nobody can apply in your name for anything unless you unlock it.
That's good.
Isn't that brilliant?
Yeah.
I think it's worth its weight in gold, because that way you can be 100% sure that nobody's going to open up a credit card or a loan, or you've seen those cases where people just buy people's houses underneath them and they didn't even know. Do you know? But if they had this turned on, there's no way they would have even been able to get a loan for a bicycle pump.
Oh, shame it costs so much. That's a lot of money a month for some people.
Yeah, it is a lot of money. I agree, and you know,
that's the sort of thing that should almost be free for everybody, so that you're greater good, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That really should be free. Yeah, you know, because it's if they can do it, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I know they've got to make money, but that would save so many people so much heartache.
So the other thing which I'm going to want to share with you is, and remember I spoke to you about LinkedIn. So I post on LinkedIn almost every day. One of the things we do is every month we do a LinkedIn live session. So if you look up our company page, which is Security Everywhere, and you go to events, the next one, which is, it's always the first Thursday of the month between 12 and 1 p.m. The next one we're doing is on romance fraud, and it's going to be brilliant. So I'll let you know as soon as I have the details, and I'll send it out. But in the meantime, have a look at this. You know, I've done sessions on mobile security, of online stuff, working from home. This child, I've got 3 kids, too many, but no, I love them dearly. A lot of stuff about child safety, you know, online. And again, I'm sure you're working with people in the office that's got children. Ask them to go and listen to these sessions, because we share so much material and information on how to protect your kids online. So there's safeguarding your business. You can see there's a lot of, every month we do. So I'll share that link. So please share it with people, customers, whoever you want to, and let them go, and they can just go and listen back. That's the point. Or they can go to our YouTube channel, because the only thing is if you go that way, you have to register for the event to be able to watch it back. But if you go to our YouTube channel, you don't need to. There you can see. So we upload all the sessions to our YouTube channel. So if I find, where's your channel?
Your videos.
Playlists. See, I've made thousands of videos. So there's some interviews. Shame. One of Ben Beer, who heads up our security team, his mom got done. Shame. And so I interview people, and this one here, this was a good one. My mother-in-law, she was one click away from losing £8,000 through an Amazon scheme. Sorry, Amazon scam. She was one click away. When I said, just my father-in-law phoned me. I drove straight to their house. It took me 8 minutes, luckily. When I walked in the door, I started recording on my iPhone, and I put it next to her phone. And first thing, they were already in a NatWest account. They were about to transfer the money, and I just ripped the power out of the socket on the wall. And that was how I stopped it. But there's a lot of swearing in there. You must hear what this guy called me. It was quite funny. I found it hilarious, but I had him going for 8 minutes. But what a bastard. But anyway, so let me just find there, watch previous LinkedIn live sessions. So if I think it's this one. No, that's working from home. How do I get the playlist again? I think it's there, isn't it? That's the one. So there's the full playlist. So just please go and share this or with other people so they can watch it. But these are all the recordings of all the different topics. So where was I? I was going to show you the other stuff. We were talking about that identity theft, Experian. Yeah, this is it. So do you know, have I been pawned?
No.
On your webinar before.
Did I mention that? Okay, this is a brilliant website. Let me tell you why. Because again, now I'm going to come back to where's let me just find the information. I'll show you now what I mean. Let's find Mike's email address. So Mike, open domain.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, fine.
This website is like a free way of checking your data online on the dark web. They've been around for a long time. We always check them, and we've got our own checking tools. But if I put your email address in here now, and I check you can see you've had one data breach, which is really nothing, but one, and it's not even your fault. So in March 2019, this company IntelliMost, you just don't even know, have lost, I don't know how many millions of emails, over 3 million emails, unique email addresses. Look at that, emails and passwords.
So, and what are they called?
What?
Oh, that's not us. That's like some other company.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right. I thought you were saying they're the company that lost your details.
Yeah, that's it. Because they hacked into this company, this IntelliMost company. That database is now for sale on the dark web, and this is why Have I Been Pawned is now reporting on it.
And Have I Been Pawned? That's a kind of that's a dark website for buying this.
It's no, not at all. It's a friendly website that notifies you, and this is the bit I'm going to show you now. So, do you mind if I turn it on for you? So what you need to do, and I recommend you all do this, not only for your staff members, but do it for your family members as well. Go and put their email addresses, their personal ones especially, and turn on the notification. Why? Because the moment any of your addresses become for sale, at least you'll be notified.
Right.
It's a free service, which is great.
Notify me.
Yeah, and just add them in there. So let's just put in yours, Tanya, because when we searched, we found nothing. But if we put in yours here,
I've just done my personal email address as well, just to check.
Yeah, put in your personal ones, especially, and the personal ones, which we're going to do in a minute. They are so valuable because they've got your life history in there. You've got maybe passport photos in there when you renewed your license. When you went on holiday. There's so much personal information in there that's used to create identity theft.
Yeah.
So there you can see how easy.
No, that's Helen's. Yeah, I got you.
Which is great. It's also showing us nothing, right?
Yeah.
The other brilliant tool I want to show you is this one here. I love this one, okay? And we can have a play now. So it doesn't record information at all, okay? So I'm putting the link in the chat. Of course, I can't see your screens. So if you click on the link, this uses an algorithm, and it will tell you how long it will take to crack your password.
So what do? Put in a password?
Yeah, so no, just put in a password that you've used in the past, for argument's sake. Just anyone that you used to use in the past.
Oh, it take 4 years to crack that one.
And that's not long. That's really not long.
I was quite chuffed with that.
Because I'm going to show you in a minute how to do passwords and how the password manager works that we supply for our customers. So have you tried one, Mike?
No, I haven't. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Out of 4 years. So they've probably been hacked by now then.
But remember, the good news for you is that all the I say that. That's it. I'm going to show you something else. Okay. I wonder if you can do that on the smartphones as well.
100 years, my newest.
100 years.
200.
Yeah, that's not long enough.
I'll be dead then.
Yeah, the problem is with quantum computing, that comes down to potentially 1 or 2 years instead of 100 years. So this is the challenge we have. But anyway, 100 years is good. I'm going to show you a way to make it 3 sextillion years. Okay, but Mike, have you tried it?
Yeah, I'm listening. I didn't.
Did you click on that link to check a password of yours?
No, I didn't. I just do that. 1 second.
I just want to see. So just to show you how it works, so you can then share it with other people.
Yeah.
If you click on that last link in the chat, then you can see.
All right. Okay.
And just type an old one in. Not it. It doesn't record it anyway, but still, and it has no link to whatever you've done in the past or will do. But it's brilliant because it gives you that visual explanation of how long it will take to crack a password.
Okay.
How long?
700 years.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So now, ladies and gents, I'm going to teach you how to do this properly, right? Like I said, I keep my brain as empty as possible. I do, because I like to use security tools to make sure that I don't have to think about stuff. So the solution that we supply our customers, and we've tested so many different ones. But before we do that, let's quickly go and check. What are you using for your passwords at the moment? Is it Chrome or Firefox, or which one are you using?
Chrome and Chrome.
Okay, so let's just use Chrome for a second. So if you go, the 3 dots at the top, if you follow me, go to the 3 dots at the top, and then go to go to passwords and autofill.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
How many passwords have you got in there? You'll note that I've got 1, only for demonstration purposes. How many do you have?
Loads. It doesn't tell me.
Okay. Does it tell you if any have been compromised or not?
Passwords, autofill.
No, check up. What's that mean? 502 passwords.
Okay, so you've got a few, right? I'll tell you what's interesting. If we rewind 10 years ago, the average person had about 8.
So,
now,
yes, Chris. One's been compromised. 327 have been reused, and 68 a week.
You and I are going to have a serious meeting without coffee.
Yeah.
Do you see the point here now? But on that note, okay, on that note.
Hello?
So you...
Was that Mike?
Yeah, who's calling?
Have you got your...
We're going to give you your number to do the lift inspection at 8 Hazelmere Gardens.
Can I phone you back in 20 minutes? Oh, we're in about an hour. Yeah, cheers, bye. Sorry about that. Apologies.
That's okay. No, don't worry, Mike. So if you open up both yourself, Tanya and Helen, if you open up your Chrome on your smartphone, you see the same passwords. Is it synchronized or not?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So now you can see the problem, okay?
Yeah.
One, you've got no security on your phone, I bet, any money. And same with mine. And number 2, you've got those synchronized passwords, and they've been compromised, and they've been reused. So we have a challenge here that we need to fix. Mike, I want to show you something on your phone. So
Yeah.
you know when we went into settings, you've got the search box at the top.
Yeah.
If you type in the word passwords in full, you'll see there's a little gray icon with a white lock.
So, passwords. So I'm typing in passwords.
Yeah.
And full. Yeah.
No, just in full. So just one word, password.
Right. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. And then you've got the little key symbol. Yeah.
Yeah. If you go into it, Mike.
Yeah.
You'll see at the top there's one that says security recommendations. Do you care to share with us what your number is?
It says 2 security recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So you're obviously not using it much for saving passwords then.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know. That's
hey, this is why you're here, so we can teach you.
Yeah.
But I tell you what the big problem is with passwords, and unlike Tanya and Helen, who's using the Chrome browser to save the passwords, you're using an iPhone. So unless you're using a solution that can synchronize the passwords between your PC or your Apple Mac or your laptop and your phone, it becomes a nightmare to manage, doesn't it? Because you never know what's what and what's updated and what's not. Now I'll show you the solution. And I love it. I hate wasting time. So for me, never mind, can you all see my screen okay?
Yeah.
So what we provide companies is called the enterprise version of Keeper. It's all of £6 a month, okay? It is probably the best money I've ever spent. Now, let me show you how it works. The first thing it does when I log in, and I'm paranoid, so you don't need to do the same, but I log mine out every 2 hours. You see it's logged out again. So that I have to re-log in again, which is annoying, but I'm used to it now. And now, I'm going to show you, can everybody see my screen? I've got my Authenticator app open. You can see at the top of the screen is the one for my Keeper, which is my password manager. If I click next, the first thing it's doing, I'm putting in my password 367433, which only lasts for another 6 seconds. So that password is gone now. And now it's asking me for my master password. And this is the only password that I ever have to remember, ever, which I like. And I'll type it in. It's a bit long. It's a sentence, and I'll tell you what it is. It is, I was born in South Africa with a few changes. So you're welcome to try and crack it. But you know what? If you can get my face, my fingers, and the password, because that's what you need to get in, then you're welcome to have it. Now, if I show you how this works, so you only need 1 license per person, and you can install it on as many devices as you want. Number 1. Number 2, if you get the license from us, we also provide you with 5 family licenses for free. Okay. So you can get your kids or your husband or your partner or your mom or dad to start using this stuff and just start creating that password hygiene or security within the family as well, or you know, or wherever else. But so I've got it set up for all my family. So if I want to go into LinkedIn, and I bet you go into so many different websites every day, all I have to remember is how to spell. So the moment I type in LINKED, up comes my LinkedIn account, and now I click on the arrow, and look what it does. Okay. Take me there, so let me do my sign in. Say again.
So you have to use that
Keeper.
You go to the Keeper thing to get into everything.
Absolutely, you've nailed it. Look what it's done. Bless you. It put in my username, it put in my password, and it put in my 2-factor authentication code. Now let me show you what the record looks like. If I open up in my vault, there's my username, my password, bless you, and the 2-factor authentication code. If I click edit, now actually let me open it in the vault so you can see what it looks like in the vault. So not only is Keeper itself database encrypted, but every record inside it is encrypted. Ooh. Bless you again. Now,
sorry, it's got dust allergy. Apologies.
No, that's fine. Now I'm leaving this on for demonstration. And this is for me the best part, apart from saving time, is the security element. because the moment I log in the morning on my phone or on my PC, first thing it does, it goes, hold on a second, you have a detected risk in your password database. I go, okay, show me which one. And there it is. So this record is now for sale on the dark web, which means I can then go and change it. I can ignore it if I want to be stupid enough, or I can go and change it. And it takes 3 clicks. So you go onto the website, you know where it says change password, and then Keeper's clever. It pops up and says, would you like me to help you? You go, yes, please. And then it puts in the old password, it puts in the new one, and save, done. Now, if I want to do this manually, look at this. So I can choose, I've got mine set to 20 characters always, but if the site says no, I can only, and this happens, which I find extraordinary, still till this day, oh, you can only have 8 characters, then you can set it to 8 characters, but I normally set mine to 20. So let me show you how long a 20 character password takes to be cracked. So if I go back to the tool I shared with you earlier, look at that, 3 sextillion years. That to me is a good password.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you agree? And there's no way, I mean, I don't know about you, but I can look at that for 5 hours, still won't be able to memorize it.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah.
So if we go back to now I'm going to show you something, because listen, I was no squeaky clean person either. So when we moved to this back 4 years ago, and I imported all my stuff, I found loads of stuff that I didn't even realize that was compromised, including, this is the best one, Argos, Amazon, iCloud, Airbnb. I mean, make this up. And I bet you any money you've not heard from Airbnb, Amazon, iCloud, or Argos that they've been hacked. Because these companies, these big companies just keep quiet. And it's a big problem, because if your Amazon account is the same password as for your other accounts, you're done. So at least now you can see, apart from that one, I've got a 100% success rate of non-compromised passwords. But now if you look at the security audit section, I've got 8 that are reused. I can't change them, unfortunately, otherwise I would have. But I've got 605 passwords right now, and they're all unique. And I don't know any of them. That's the best part of it. Not only that, I've got my payment cards in there that I use for myself in the business. Then I've got the, let me show you something else. I've got files in there, just not like major files, like copies of licenses or insurance documents or passports. Because sometimes, it's like you just need, I rented a car on Saturday, a van on Saturday, and I forgot my license. Luckily, the guy accepted this, where's my license? They accepted my photos. Otherwise, I would have missed it, and my son would have been really unhappy because I had to take him scrambling with his motorbike. But I could show him the photos here. And of course, now here comes the best bit, and this is so important for me again, where I share certain logins with my wife, because God forbid I run on a bus today, and we've seen this happen. Some woman phoned me the other day from Watford General, and she said to me, Francis, I've been referred to you. My husband is lying here. He's had a heart attack. He's lying in an induced coma. Can you get into his Windows 10 machine, because I've got to pay the wages? I said, technically, yes. Legally, no. So I didn't help her. I feel bad, but that's the way it is. I said, but please, when he comes around, and I hope he gets well soon, please ask him to come to me, or both of you, so that we can set this up so that you'll never have this problem again. Never heard from her again. But there you go. But for me, this is important, because in the same way you share certain passwords with family, I've done the same with my wife here. When they ask for the bloody Amazon password or stuff, drives me insane. But point is, not only that, you can also share with internal people in the team, and you can even go to the extent where you're sharing passwords with them without them ever seeing the password, which I think is brilliant. And every time they use the password, there's a log that they've used the password.
Amazing.
Which is brilliant.
Sorry, I was just wondering. So if we went for this system,
Yeah.
is it an easy thing to set up? Is it just a case of it will take all the passwords, get it all there, log it all in, set it up quite quickly, or how does that work?
Well, I thought you were never going to ask. So let me just show you. Let me show you the screen, and this is probably the hardest thing to implement in any business, and you, because I tell you what, we get a lot of resistance, especially from older people, right? So if we go to our website for a second, just to show you the process. No, wrong way. Security. I should know my own. It keeps on going to that one. Security.
And even if Keeper's hacked, we're safe.
Not even Keeper can get your data back. Okay, and this is what I always tell people, because this is a big warning. They can't see your data.
Right.
Ever, because every device that you install Keeper on has a unique code that you need to be able to unlock the code. We can even lock it down to only be available on certain devices or computers. We can even lock it down to geolocation. So if you only want people to open up those passwords in your office, 2, 3, 5 meter radius, we can do that. I mean, this stuff is insanely good, right?
Yeah.
So to answer your question, there's password security. So what we do is we spend an hour with each person. So we do a small onboarding fee of £47, but it's a one-off. But we spend an hour importing all your unsecure passwords into Keeper. We teach people individually. If you want to, we can do group, but I recommend individually. And we spend an hour and we teach them how to set up two-factor authentication codes. We help them. We do 2 or 3, and then the rest they can do themselves. We then also obviously teach them, because the moment we import everything, guess what we're going to find? All their compromised passwords sitting in Breachwatch. So from a business owner's perspective, you need to say to your staff, we're going to get monthly reports from us to you to show you which staff members still haven't changed their compromised passwords. Because the company policy should be that they should change it within 24 hours. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Simple as that. Because if they don't, they are putting the business at risk, never mind the rest. But, and then, like I said, coming back to this, so does that answer your question? So we spend an hour with everybody and we set everything up, and then we go and delete those emails sitting in iCloud. We also set up the mobile devices for them. So it doesn't matter whatever they do. If I show you, let me just stop sharing for a second. If I go into my Keeper on the phone, you see the yellow icon there?
Yeah.
So the moment I click on it, guess what it does? First thing, Face ID, right? So I can't get in without. Now, there you go. There's all the same folders, same password. So whatever I do on any device is immediately synchronized. And for me, this is great now, because it doesn't matter what operating system I use, what device, and it's locked down to. And here's the best thing. How many people in your team?
5.
5, right? So imagine Mary, who works for you. You've got a bit of a falling out with her. All you do is you send us an email into support at security, where we flick a switch and she loses access to all her logins.
No.
That's amazing.
Which I think is brilliant, because now they can't, because otherwise the alternative is, guess what? You've got to go and change all the passwords that she's got access to.
Do that. Nightmare.
Why waste that time in your life? But so yeah, we absolutely love it. It's probably, in my view, the least amount of money you'll spend on security that has the biggest impact on both time saving and on security in the business.
Yeah.
You know, going forward. That's it. But I've even, let me show you one last thing on it. So you just to show you the other stuff. So here, for instance, I've got my customers. So these ones are the ones I share with my engineers and with my team. And these are the ones I share with the management team. And these are the ones I share with the sales team. Where is it? Where is there? It's all the sales and marketing stuff. So the moment you drag and drop a record into that folder, the other people, you see the users here, so you can set up different users for different folders. And we'll do that as a separate session with the owners normally. And we'll teach you how to do this as well as part of the setup. No extra charge, okay? And then we teach you how to set up these folders and set permissions for folders. But if somebody leaves, we have the ability, with your permission, of course, but we can't get into your records remotely, but we can move, let's say if Mary left, we can give you access to Mary's records, but we can't ever see your records. We just can't. We don't have the ability to, but we have got the ability to give you access. Because when we set up your domain, we only set up your users, and the user is tied to the email address, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
Makes sense? Any questions on that?
With the one question, it's a bit random. No, it's not. We haven't got written up yet, nothing very comprehensive on the company cyber security policy. Is there anything that you have that we can use?
I've got loads. How much reading do you feel like doing, Helen? I tell you why I'm asking this, because let me show, if I can show you, do I have it to hand? I've got everything you need and more. And I'll gladly share with, let me just show you screen sharing. And I think have you guys heard of Cyber Essentials?
No.
This is something else I'm going to recommend to you in a minute, but let's just go and find, where is it? I've got to find it. Is it under marketing? Cybersecurity handouts. A little book, phishing. I've got business continuity plan, a cyber attack plan, templates for you. Yeah, I've got everything that you can possibly imagine and more that you need to do this stuff in your business from a documentation point of view. I'm just trying to remember where it is, but so let me talk to you about Cyber Essentials. Okay. Now, Cyber Essentials is a government scheme that started about 7 years ago. And I can only highly recommend that you look into this. There are two versions of Cyber Essentials. One is Cyber Essentials, the standard one, and the other one is Cyber Essentials Plus, which is one of the accreditations we have, one of many. And I'll share this link. But what it does, imagine like an MOT of your car. Once a year, you go to the garage and they go through everything and make sure everything is good, and then you get your MOT or not. This works on the same principle. And the cost for doing this without, what do you call it, without consultancy. But Helen, I get the feeling that you are technical enough. I'm not so sure about Mike. Sorry, Mike.
Okay.
But this is like a Celtic exercise. And I can send you the framework to both of you. And you can sign up with IASME directly, which is on this link here. It's about £350 a year. Okay, to sign up, and then you've got to just go through all the questions and answer them honestly. And as part of doing this, you get £100,000 worth of cyber insurance cover as well, which is not a lot of money, but still it's something. Okay, but what I like about it best, and you're gonna mark my words, this is going to become law, I reckon, next year or two at the latest. And what you're going to start finding is some of your customers / suppliers will start demanding on you to have this certification if you want to do business with them. And I think this is a great thing to do, both from a self-sanity check point of view, and two, to prove to the people you work with that you've taken this seriously and you've got this accreditation and you maintain the accreditation. Does it make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Use the logo. Let me just show you what ours look like if I can find it.
Because you've got huge data protection issues. Absolutely. For your customers.
You do, absolutely, you do. So let me show you what ours look like. So once you get, there you go. You see, so we've got the Cyber Essentials Plus. The Plus one, I've just clicked on it by mistake, and the Plus one is about £1,700 a year. And also, they do a physical inspection, and it takes, I tell you, it takes about, I'm not putting you off, but £1,000+ worth of labor or consultancy to do this. It's painful. And they come and they test everything that you said that you've got in place. So if I was in your shoes, I mean, we had to do it, but If I was in your shoes, I would just do the cyber essentials, not the plus. Unless you've got a very, very large contract and they turn around and say, you've got to have it.
Just a question really to the Helen and Tanya. When we do our PI insurance, you have to every year for your accreditations and the NFOPP and whatever. Then we use whoever Propertymark recommend and have done for years. You just think, right, well, that they want it, so let's use the one that they're recommending, which I forget the name of them now. But they also then sell you cyber security. Do you buy that as well?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we go through Hiscox, I think, is
it,
we use. Yeah, we have
personally, I think it's probably, like, I would dread to think of ever having to claim on it, because I just don't think there'll be, there'll
there's always loopholes.
Yeah, they just won't help you. I don't think. I mean, is that what you? This is me being cynical, but what do you think?
Yeah, well, we all know what insurance companies are like, and if there's anything that in the small print that you haven't quite done correctly, then they won't pay out. It's as simple as that. But as you say, it's the point is we don't want to get to that stage, do we? We want to make sure.
No, so you're better off rather than spending that money on that insurance. What's your view, Francis?
100%. I mean, and my view in life is prevention is the only cure.
Yeah.
I'd rather prevent it and then, or compared if I had a choice, than insuring myself against the risk. Because what they're not telling you, you can't make the stuff up what I'm going to tell you next, right? Now, Hiscox is one of the best. Have you ever heard of CFC?
No.
Now, CFC is the main underwriter for cyber insurance policies in the UK. They've got 80,000 policies in place as of last week when I spoke to them. So I went to them, and I've been trying to get in there for years now. Finally, I managed to speak to a guy very high up, and I said to him, let's call him John. I said, John, we have had 100% success rate of protecting our clients in the last 5 years if they put in the solutions that we recommend. I think that's great. We want to work with you, because if we protect your clients, of course, then they will never claim on their policies and everybody wins. Okay? Do you know what he turned around and said to me?
We've never paid out.
No.
That's not how we make money.
No, exactly. Well, he said to me, we've done the maths.
Oh.
And basically, we know we're going to pay out between 10 to 20% of our income. It's not in our interest. He didn't say it exactly. This is what he implied. He said, it's not in our interest to fix the problem.
Wow.
And it was myself, Graham, Theo, who does all our consultancy stuff. We sat there in disbelief. And I'm like, wow. So you just take people's money, and you've done the maths, but you don't care whether because what they don't tell you, this is the bit that I've got a major issue is with, you can be insured as much as you like. And we know this is true. But if a local company gets done and their customers find out that they've been done, whether they're insured or not, they're not going to use them anymore. End of. How are you going to give me the money back for the next 5 years of loss of earnings? Tell me that. So I think it's a con, personally. Number one. Now, I'll tell you another story. So when I was at Propertymark, the day in London, their main conference, what was it called, Property One or whatever. Not Hiscox, Gallagher was there, right, on their big stand. So I was speaking to the guy from Gallagher. I've never met him before. His name is John T. I was introduced by, what's the other lady, blonde lady, which I know really well. Now I've forgotten her name. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so this guy turns around and said to me, Francis, maybe I misheard it, but Theo was standing next to me and he confirmed that I heard him correct. He says, in the next 2 years from now, the chances are very high that we will no longer be able to provide cyber insurance. Because we will no longer be able to underwrite the risk. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting, because this is what we've been saying for years and years and years. Because the more people make claims, then eventually I just can't keep up.
Yeah.
So either policy is going to go through the roof, and I'm hoping that more people come to us so we can rather prevent the problem in the first place. So you never have to claim it anyway. So anyway, that's kind of. But I was just shocked. I always thought that people were, they wanted to fix the problem, but no.
Decent, I think's the word.
Anyway, so
I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked by that
Yeah.
attitude from an insurance company. Really, I just don't have a lot of faith in particularly that sector of insurance, the well-trodden path like your car insurance and that sort of thing is more, whatever it's. But but yeah, it's still grim to hear what you say, though.
Anyway, let's move on now. Coming back to excuse me, I want to do one thing with you, which I promised earlier, which I think is so important. Have you? I know you don't have the password manager in place yet, but have you got the Authenticator app on your phone?
Yes. What haven't we got? What do we have for security, Helen? What was it called?
Which one are you using? Are you using the Google one or the Microsoft one? And what about you, Mike?
No.
I don't even know what you're referring to, honestly.
I think this is so important that we crack this for you. We've got 20 minutes, and I don't mind carrying on. Let me just check my next meeting. But I think what I really want to do next is to teach you
I think I
how to set up two-factor authentication codes for your applications. We can do 2 or 3 together, and I promise you, once you've done one, you can do the rest. It's so easy. And I know, Mike, you're a bit nervous about this, but trust me, I'll show you how to fix this problem. So the first thing I want you to do is to go onto your App Store and download the Microsoft Authenticator if you haven't got one already. I mean, they're all the same.
Microsoft, yeah?
Yeah, let me show you. So go into your App Store, Mike.
Okay.
And download. I'll show you what it looks like. I'll find it because you've got to be careful. These are bastards. There's another one that makes you pay for it. It's a free app, but I've been using it for years and years and years. So if you just type in your App Store Authenticator app, you'll see, look, the first one is the wrong one.
So the sponsored one is the wrong one.
Yeah, you want the one down there. The one that Helen is showing. That's the one you want.
Say that again, Helen.
It says Microsoft Corporation underneath it. That's the correct one.
Okay, so it's basically is
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Microsoft. Yeah,
that one. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so download that one, Mike, as well. Then I can take you through step by step because I know it well.
And what does this do?
So this stores all your codes for you. So, I mean, ideally, I'm just teaching the process that we can do what. Ideally, you'd rather want to store them in your password manager because then that you can access them anywhere. Whereas, again, the negative part here is if you store it on your phone, you lost your phone, you're done. That's the bad part of it. But, we're working on the assumption that you hopefully will not lose your phone soon. So, but we can always transfer it into your password manager later. But let's do this.
Biggest fear in life at the moment is losing this phone with everything that's gone on.
Yeah, that's why you need to secure it, back it up, and just put layers around it so people can't get into it even if they've got it. That's all. I'm
still unsure which of these apps is the right one to be downloaded.
Show us, Mike.
Okay.
It's the second one.
I think it's this one, Microsoft.
Yeah, that's the one you want. That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the. You see, it's the. They're so cheeky, those people. They try and sell you another one, and they make it look the same. So it's the blue lock with a person inside the lock, and it says Microsoft Authenticator, protect your online identity.
Allow Authenticator to send you notifications.
Yeah, do that.
Wow.
All right, we'll wait for mine.
Is yours installed, Ellen?
I haven't done anything yet. I'm waiting for.
It says help improve the app by ensuring.
Yeah, you can say yes or no, your choice. It doesn't.
Okay, I'll just leave it.
Depends on how I feel on the day. I'll say yes or no.
So when we get to the sign in, we sign in with our Microsoft account.
You can, yeah, or you can skip that if you want. But yes, if you have one, then go for it. Let me see if
I do have a Microsoft account, but I can't remember the login details for it.
Okay. We can always do that, and
You skip it then.
you can skip it. Yeah, I don't. Do I have mine signed in? I can't remember. I must have.
I can't
Yeah,
remember.
so I've got in settings, I've got a backup account set up, which is important. We'll talk about in a second. But once you've done, you should come to an empty screen, you know, with a little plus at the top right and
I've got add account.
Yeah, I got
yeah,
that.
so that's okay. Add account is the very first one you're gonna get. Okay, are you all there? Add account.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just logging in because I've got a Microsoft account. So
Okay, great. So I'm going to show you on the screen what to do. So let's do. Shall we do your LinkedIn? I think that's one of the most important ones. Or do you want to do Amazon? Pick one. So we do LinkedIn.
Amazon probably. It's got my credit debit card.
Okay, yeah. So I want you to log on to your. Are you there, Mike? Are you ready?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. Go to your Amazon account, and I'll show you with my screen so you know what I'm doing.
right, should I allow autofill to? So should I allow Authenticator to autofill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we go through? Do we click on add account and then go to Amazon? Is that what we do, or do we go?
Correct. Yeah, you can get it ready. So because it's your first account, it wants to add an account. So we might as well add your Amazon is going to be your first account.
Right.
So once you've logged into your Amazon account, I want you to go to the top where you know where it says hello Helen or hello Francis, hello Mike. I want you to go into your account.
Yeah.
Once you're in there, you're with us, Mike.
Yeah, I've gone to, it says add account and it gives you three options. It's got
the
Microsoft.
The last one. Always go for the last one unless you're doing a Microsoft login. I always go.
Oh, right, that's it. Okay, so we're going for other, and then it says allow to access your camera, which I have done.
Yeah.
And then it says enter code manually.
Yeah. So now leave your phone alone. Open up your PC and go to your Amazon account.
Right. Okay.
Because that's the step where we're going to scan a QR code in a minute. And again, I've done videos on this. But I tell you, YouTube is your friend. If you get stuck, if you type into YouTube, how do I set up 2FA for Facebook or for LinkedIn or for anything, you'll find hundreds of videos showing you step by step how to do this. So but once you've done the second one, believe me, you'll never forget again. It's so easy. So are you opening up your Amazon account, Mike?
Yeah, trying to now, yeah.
And then so once you log in, you go to my account.
1 second.
Oh, I've already got 2 steps of verification on mine.
I bet you've only got text on, not the Authenticator app.
No, text only, yeah.
Exactly. And you see, so in my view in the world, I would always rather use Authenticator app and maybe use your text as a secondary. But now that you turn on your SIM pin, I feel better about it. But still, in order, always go Authenticator app and then text.
Okay. I'm in where you've said to go. I think.
Good. You see, can you see my screen for a minute? You see how it pops up? And it says, oh, do you want me to log in for you with a pass key? Now that's a new version of login. And it puts in, and I get the code. So let me show you here. If I go right click, Amazon, 2-factor, and it puts it in. Oh, it used to. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. Sometimes some websites don't allow you to paste the stuff in. You've got to just manually do it, which is okay. No, it's something that's blocking me. So let me go and find my Amazon. And I'll do it this way. I'll copy it. And then I go here. And there you go. Not now. Keep hackers out. I love that. So if you're all ready, you need to be at this screen now. So
I've just lost you guys, I'm afraid. Bear with me a second.
it's okay. We'll wait for you, Mike.
I can hear you, but I can't. I found you again on the.
Okay, on my computer.
Yeah.
It's all right. Take your time.
So it sent a code to my phone saying, "Do you want to log in?"
Yeah, do that.
I'm just doing that now. Okay. Someone signed into your account. If you don't think, if it's not you, let us know. So I'm just going to go. That's fine. I'm just going to ignore that.
We know
So,
it's you.
okay.
Okay. And then when you go to your account, go to login and security, and then you'll see on my screen here where it says two-step verification.
Ah,
Do
you find it?
yeah, add the authenticator.
There you go, Helen. And that's it. And you add, and you'll see Authenticator app always comes up as an option, which is great because they've obviously tied up with them years ago. And
Not scanning the code. Oh, I can do it.
Okay, it's turned on.
Yeah, mine's not scanning my code for some reason. My QR code is just not picking it up.
did you choose other? You know, when you said add new account, did you choose other or did you use one of the top other ones?
Yeah, I did other, but for some reason my phone, it's just not picking up the QR code. It's just not.
So let me give you a workaround. Did you see you've got a code or you can scan the QR code? So you've got a choice. You can copy.
The code. Right.
You can copy the code if it's not too long into. So you've got two methods of doing this.
Let me try it again. It might have just been because it closed. So let me
Yeah.
try.
Are you getting on, Mike? Where are you sitting at the moment?
I'm kind of nowhere really. For some reason, I've managed to get onto my Amazon on my screen, but whenever I go to, unlike normally when I'm navigating my PC,
yeah,
I find it very difficult to find back to where you guys are. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. So in a way, with this, I'm just kind of thinking, like, I can watch the other guys do it. I'm just gonna end up in the weeds if I try and do this live now.
Okay. No, listen, I don't want to impress you. What I can do with you as well, again, and let me just remember what I said to you earlier about my favorite place on the planet. That's YouTube. Let me show you this YouTube, because then you can do it when you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
If you go to YouTube and you go, let me just find, where do I search on YouTube? Advertise. Okay, watch this now. How to set up 2FA in Amazon, right? Let's say using Authenticator app, right? There you go. So let me pick a good one there. Enable Amazon two-factor authentication. Let me just see there. Let's go for that one.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Okay. So there you can see that what we've done so far? We get to the screen there.
Pretty much every time. Factor one from give me the second factor. Tell me from your phone the secret.
On the wrong thing. So there you go. There you scan the QR code. Once you scan the QR code, it puts it on your phone. And once you click save, you'll see that QR code sitting permanently on your phone under the app. And let me just find you another one. I didn't like that video that much. How to set up Google Authenticator, how to set up MFA on Amazon. But the same process.
How to enable 2FAS Authenticator app for 2FAS account and your phone. Click Account and List. Bottom of the screen. Authenticator app at the open 2FAS.
Let me share this one with you. Share. Let me copy that one. And let me go back into chat. But Mike, if you get stuck, then I'll do another session with you. You know, let's just do one-on-one, and I'll help you set it up. Because I think
I mean, I'll come back to it when I'm a bit of a plodder with these things. But you know, it's and my terror is that I'm gonna just end up locking myself out.
Yeah, no, of course. No, I understand. Listen, I get that pushback all the time because it's something new. You know, it's like something you've never done before, and it's like uncertainty, and you go. But believe me, once you'd rather take the pain now and set it up, and then you don't have to worry about it ever again.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with it. The what's the word? You know, I agree entirely. It's just that I'm sometimes terrible about just missing something.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, you know, everyone's assumed that you've done X, you know, before you did Y, and you didn't, and you know, then you know you're like yourself the other evening. It's going to take you a few days to sort out, and you know,
it happens to the best of us. But so in other words, in conclusion, the process is you go to the website, doesn't matter what, you go into the security settings, you go to where it says 2FA. It drops down, it says, okay, which method do you want to use? You say Authenticator app, you go onto your phone, you click on the little plus sign, you choose other, you scan the QR code, next finish, you put the QR code that's now sitting on your phone, changing every 30 seconds, back onto the PC, save, done.
I get it. Yeah.
So,
it's amazing, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and just do the same. Go and sit and make a list.
So do we want the preferred method for this to be
always? Yeah, 100%.
Change it.
Yeah. And remember, it's not going to ask you all the time. It's going to ask you definitely when you log on to a new device. It's going to ask you sometimes, you know, every now and again, it's going to just double, triple check you. It's similar to WhatsApp, but it won't do it every time. And you know, and you've got the fallback. So you sometimes, if you let's say you did lose your phone, and this is why the text message second is a good thing. You can at least go, well, show me another method, and that's well. Then if you lost your phone, you bug it anyway, and that brings me back to the password manager, because then at least you can access all those codes on another device without your phone. So, but what about you, Tanya? Did you crack it? Did you get it?
Yeah, that's all sorted.
Ah, brilliant. So, you know, I'm not joking, but I've got it set up on Netflix. I've got it set on my all my HMRC accounts, because again, imagine if they can get into that and see all my stuff there. What other stuff do I have? Just that's of use to you. Obviously my Rev, my Instagram, all my social media accounts. Are you using VoIP, you know, for your phones or not?
No, we're about to, but
so make sure you've got two-factor authentication set up on those. Obviously, all your Microsoft accounts, definitely your email, your AOL, Mike, definitely, please, that's your priority for me.
So if you go with Keeper, then this would do it as well on top of it. Would you recommend do both?
You know, it's entirely your choice. I would actually just do the one. I would put everything. And again, I don't know if I showed that to you. I'll show you what it looks like inside. For me, just doing it in one place. The only one you'll need to have outside is the one to get into Keeper in the first place. So I've got that one. Another one I was going to tell you about is PayPal. Definitely, please make sure PayPal is set up.
Yeah.
But if I log on to the portal, just to show you what it looks like. And for me, this is the other big thing. If you share something, obviously with a staff member, you don't have to get your phone out. Let me just share the screen. You don't have to get your phone out, or they phoning you. I need the two-factor authentication code. It drives people insane. And then you know what? They turn it off.
Yeah.
They hate the inconvenience. The moment you do this, you can just drop it into a folder and they've got access to it. And there you can see it. It's about to change any second now. So it's sitting at 906.914. And bang, it's changed. But you only have one. Here's another thing you can do. If you really want to, you can do a one-time share. So you can share the password with, let's say, a web developer or some company that they can only have access for 30 minutes or for 5 minutes. And then after that, it destroys the record. Then they can't, or on their side, then they can't access it ever again. You see the expired ones? Which for me, again, is a brilliant feature. Instead of sending people stuff on WhatsApp or to send it to me by text, it's madness. It's just crazy because then they've got that information forever.
Yeah.
Right.
The other thing I was thinking about is obviously we have a lot of personal data stored on our computers, just manually stored there.
Yeah.
Is that what more security can we have for that? Because we get people send us bank statements for proof of ID and passports and driver's license and things like that. Obviously, if we delete them off when we receive them from the emails, but we keep them stored, what security can we have, or is there, or what can we do?
So Tanya, I thought you were never going to ask. Okay. So the way we maintain a 100% record at the moment is by, first of all, we implement computer security. I'll put the link there, you can see it. Okay, it's all on the website and all the prices are on the website. Everything is there, right? And we use a company called SentinelOne. Now, SentinelOne has been rated #1 in the world by Gartner. It's used by Barclays, NASDAQ, Netflix, TGI Fridays, Aston Martin, to name a few. If you go direct, they're going to ask you for a minimum of 1,000 licenses on a 3-year agreement. We'll do a single license on a 30-day rolling contract. And this is what I think is so unique about us, is that we are now enabling small businesses to have the same level of protection as the big boys at affordable small business prices, right? Because all the known antivirus like Webroot, Norton, McAfee, it's the equivalent of a chocolate log on a sunny day in Barbados. Do you know? And I'm not joking, because the stuff just gives you a false sense of security. And I can prove it over and over again. Not only that, we include a ransom guarantee. So if somebody can get past our solution, we'll pay your ransom. Now, for me, when people start offering that kind of promise, then they take this stuff seriously. And the best ones in the world is SentinelOne, CrowdStrike, Sophos. There's a few others that are also very good, similar, but SentinelOne is still the leader in the world, and that's why we use it. I will never touch another machine. So once you've got SentinelOne installed, it'll replace the existing and whatever security you have. But my promise to you then is you can click on anything you like and we'll catch you when you fall. Simple as that, or we pay your ransom. Not only that, we've got a team of 200 people sitting there 24/7 watching over you. We're not looking at what you're doing, we're looking at what's happening on the machine. In other words, right now, 2 o'clock in the morning, if data starts streaming out to South Korea, your computer at the moment will think you're working late. We'll see there's an attack. Why? Because we built up a picture using AI to learn the behavior of every individual user. This is why the stuff is so good. So that's my kind of layer #1, which is you're protecting the island, Layer #2, of course, is password security, which we've spoken about. Secure that. Layer #3, which is the most important layer, which we touched on earlier, is to protect your email. So we make sure that any email that comes in or any attack is stripped out. But the best part for us is that we do your release requests. So let's say an email comes in from Mike, and you've been doing business with Mike for years. Meantime, Mike has been hacked, but he doesn't know that. So email comes in, we block the email, and you send a request. You've got a button that you press, and it generates a ticket. And my team then physically looks at this email. And you go, hold on a second, this happened to my wife, right? So she went and she ordered some dodgy book on a website. Email gets blocked. When the book comes down, she phoned up Stefan and says, no, Stefan, please release the email. She goes, give me 15 minutes, please. So we analyzed and found that this book was completely 2 layers down. So you click on the book, if you open anything, only then does the attack happen. So we blocked her release request. So when I go home, she said, do all your customers get the same treatment? I said, of course they do. But that way, so if we do the release request, none of your staff are ever put in a position where they've got to make that decision. So that's why our success rate is so high. Okay. And again, like I said, it uses AI to learn. So it learns how every person in the business sends emails, receives emails, what kind of language do they use. The stuff is so clever, right? Again, rated #1 in the world. And they've been bought out by Checkpoint, which is one of the largest companies. The fourth layer is, of course, backup and recovery, which we touched on. So we back up everything. It takes us half an hour to implement. We install it, done. And then it backs up everything up to 6 times a day. So you don't have to worry about that USB drive of yours anymore. So those 4 services. So imagine somebody had 1 computer, 1 password manager, 1 mailbox to protect, and we back everything up. You don't have to take all of them, but if you want to, it's £37 a month. That's it, plus VAT.
And that's
on a monthly running contract. Say again?
That's per computer.
Per person.
Per person.
So,
Because obviously, yeah, we've got.
So if somebody has 2 computers, there will be a small additional charge for the second computer.
Because Tanya works from home a lot on her laptop, so she has a PC and a laptop.
Exactly. So she'll need 2 computers. So did I send you the link to the cart?
Yes.
Let me just, if I haven't done it, I can find it again. I think I did send it. So if you open that cart and you just put in the numbers, you know, then you'll know exactly what the quote is. And then as soon as you complete the order, it'll then come through to us, and then we'll be on the phone to book the setups in and the training.
That's £43.66 a month.
For that one person, yeah.
And that includes phones as well, then.
So the phones, remember I told you about Lookout?
Mm-hmm.
So we are just waiting. We've been working on this for almost 2 years to finalize the contract with America, because we spent over $2,500 just on legal fees to make sure that the responsibility lies with the company, not with the end user or us, because their contracts are outrageous. So we're hoping in the next week or 2 to be able to finally start implementing. And you're looking at about £5, or we're not 100% sure, either £5 or £6 a mobile device per month.
Okay.
And that's it.
Because obviously we can access through our mobiles our database, and obviously that's where a lot of other stuff is stored.
And that's the challenge, you see. And so I'll show you what it looks like. We've been running it for about a year now. It's insane. I mean, today it's already scanned 15,500 URLs. So not only does it protect you against every link that comes on your phone, but it also protects you against dodgy Wi-Fi networks. So I was on the train the other day, so I'm going into London. All of a sudden, this thing pops up, look out, and it says, somebody's trying to access your phone. Do you want to allow it, yes or no? I'm like, no. And I'm sitting on the train.
My God.
Hey?
Strange.
While you sat there on the train.
Yeah.
So...
And I'm like, whoa, thank goodness I've got this on my phone. Otherwise, but again, we spent probably about, I'm like not joking, 2-3 years just testing different systems out. And this is where we bring our value. Apart from everything we supply, is we support for you and maintain it. And any other question about training or implementation or setup. So if you've got a new user, as long as we know by the 25th, we can either increase your licenses or decrease it, your choices.
So if we implemented all of that, are you then saying that we wouldn't need cybersecurity insurance? Or do we need that as well?
Do you want the right answer or the my answer?
Your answer.
You're wasting your money.
Right. Okay. So
that's what I think. That I absolutely think that.
Because if I'm giving you guarantees here that I'm going to secure you 99.99999%. Why can't you insure yourself as well? Because if they can get through our system, so we're going to remove every attack, we can recover you, we're going to make sure your password is secure, making sure your phones are secure, and we include a ransom guarantee. If they get past all of that, you know what? They can have it.
What about we're sued by a client for data breach?
Why would you be? Give me an example. Because how would the data get breached in the?
So, like in the instance that you said earlier about the young lad, Jake, was it Jack or Jake that got that sent that money, and it tracked back to the estate agent that they'd got hacked.
That would never see the light of day because of your email security.
So that would never happen.
That would never, because also it won't be able to start from your computer either, because your computer is secure. So the attack can't launch. So we dealt with a case here in Watford. A friend of mine, he owns a big, a wealth management company. He's not a client yet, but that's okay. He can take his time. So he gets an email from his accountant with his monthly management accounts. So the email gets in, it gets through his Mimecast, which is another big email provider, which we don't rate at all, because another one of our clients, they finally moved now to our email security. They nearly lost 180,000, but they had Mimecast, of course. Anyway, email comes in, gets through Mimecast, and then he clicks on the link, and all of a sudden, it emails every single person in his Outlook contact database with the same infected PDF. So what does that tell me? Again, email security failed. 2, the computer security failed. They're using web root. But the IT company told them they were secure. I'm like, you are.
So how do we move forward if we decide? Tanya and I will have a chat after this now. But if we decide that we want to do this,
very simple. You click on that link, put the numbers in, click update basket, complete the order.
Okay. I'm not very clever with these things. So we put a lot of stuff onto Alto, which is our property CRM thing. So that would then be secure as well, because we have to upload these onto Alto.
Tanya, that's a really good question. So I can guarantee you that anything that you are accessing from that computer that's protected by our computer security will be secure.
Okay.
Because we won't be able to install keyloggers. We won't be able to click on anything that infects the machine. So therefore, everything where you go to will be secure. Make sense?
Right. So if I go to Alto, then that is then secure.
Correct. But one other thing is, remember you said about Helen right at the beginning, which I'll never forget, is that you said trust this device.
yes.
And I would like you to undo that. In other words, stop that so that every time you log on, you've got to come in via Keeper. And it must put in the username and the password and hopefully the 2-factor authentication code. I know it's annoying, but you get so used to it and it's so quick that you don't have to worry about this stuff ever again.
Yeah.
It's always the same thing that you're putting in. It's not checked.
Precisely.
There's
But
just
you-
one password, one key code. Yeah.
Is there a way on a computer to turn that off, that option off? I'm thinking staff now, not me and Tanya. We've both.
Yeah, no. If you go into what's it called? Into Chrome, right? Using Chrome to log on, you can turn off autofill and auto save, and that's as part of our installation. We're going to show you how to do that. You know, our hours training, because once we've moved all your passwords into Keeper, so that's the first stage. Then we train you how to use it, like I've kind of done today a little bit, and then we have another session with you and Tanya with Ben, who will then do the folder setups for you and make sure all that's in place. And then you can start sharing records and then teach you how to, and then set up the reporting as well.
And do you teach every member of staff how to do their own, or do we?
Absolutely. That's why we spend an hour with each person.
Thank you, sorry.
You know, because otherwise you can choose not to, but then after a month or two, they go, oh, the stuff is not working, and then they cancel the contract. You know, which is such a shame, because then we all lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
But then, and then the other thing I tell my clients is then you need to brag about it. You need to tell your customers that you've teamed up with a cybersecurity specialist. We've done this and this and this and this. We are using the best solutions money can buy to protect not only your own data, but your data as well.
And we can use your logo then on our
Absolutely.
website. And
It should be a selling point.
A mega selling point, mega.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
I had an idea the other day. I don't know if you've got a shop front, but something came up. You know, you've got the stars. My idea was to create little logos that you can put in the window shop front, where you can put the stars. Like, you know, let's say you've done all 5 services, you get 5 stars, and maybe put it bottom emails and things like that, just to show people. This is my next wonderful idea, just to show people the, you know, your security rating or something like that. And then the other thing, once we've done that, then maybe you wait a month or 2 just to settle down, and then let's look at doing your cyber essentials, because once you got this stuff in place, for us it's so much easier than tick instead of, you know, because then you've got everything in place you need to start with.
Yeah, and I think it's important we're dealing with people's money, even if we aren't handling money ourselves.
Yeah.
Still getting money data because we're getting bank statements, we're getting.
Precisely, you're part of the supply chain.
Passports and
So
driver's
just
license.
for clarification there, obviously I think this is a really good thing. So if you sign up for this service, which I'm going to do, but so that would involve like a consultation where someone goes to those domains, those email hosting places, upgrades those, ticks the boxes that aren't ticks now, and does that kind of thing for us, or we'd have to do that ourselves, or
no, if you want to, we can look into that as well for you. It's a separate service, but it's something really simple. I think we've got two services. One where it's £77 a month, but we do not only the setup, the fixing, but also monitoring. Or we do another one which is kind of £20 a month that just sets it up and monitors it, but not at the same level. Or we can just do 1 hour's consultancy and do it for you. It's really quick.
Right.
So it's entirely your choice, or we can send you the step-by-step instruction to do it. I'd recommend us just do it, and then
With our consultants, we've got our tech guys who've supposed to have set all that up, and we've been through it several times. And I thought they all thought it was done until you showed me that earlier. So that was a bit annoying. The DMARC should have been done. I know we did it. Why it's not done? So with an hour's consultancy, could that be done with them, because they're great guys, and
we can either do it with them and maybe they can learn from the process, or all we need from you, because we're going to need this anyway. When we set up your 365 email security, at that same time, we can look at that as well. So we need access to your back end, wherever you've registered your domain name, if it's 123 Rage or GoDaddy, wherever. We need those login details, and then, or seriously, we can send them. I don't want to sell myself short here, but I'll send them the document that we've created. I mean, it's a step-by-step guide exactly on how to do this.
Okay.
And then we can, I've given you the link to check it. So once they've done it, you can run another check to make sure you're 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
But Mike, you don't have that in place, so I recommend let's just do an hour's consultancy. We get it done for you.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds very good. Yeah.
And then it's But in your case, Mike, you obviously not sending emails from that domain. There's something that I really want to urge you to do, and I know you're using an AOL account, and I take it you've been using it for years. But if I was in your shoes, I would move. You mentioned that you had
two,
Microsoft turned on. If I was you, I would rather move and start using your company email through Microsoft 365, because that's a professional. Because then we can back it up, we can secure it, we can do so much more on it, and you can use Teams and everything else, and OneDrive, and put your files in there and back everything up like Helen and Tanya is already doing. That is a professional solution, but using AOL is really dangerous.
Yeah, I think time's moved on and stuff, so I take that on board. And we've got we just definitely need that kind of hour to a couple of hours consultation and help, because all our passwords are all over the place. I've got my PC, my personal laptop, which I use to do everything on, but I can't even remember. We're on OneDrive, but I'm not sure if I've got the login details anymore. It's weird.
So, Mike, we work with a company called, his name is Adrian van Beek. He's an Afrikaans guy, a South African guy, and he's absolutely brilliant. And he charges a fraction of what we do for IT support, because we stopped doing IT. We're just focusing on the cyber side now.
Seriously, yeah.
But he's brilliant, and he runs everything that I've just sent you the link. He runs our complete security stack. And I said to him, that's my condition working with you and giving you leads, is that you've got to be the most secure IT company in the country. So, and I keep on telling him to put his prices up, but that's his choice. And I cannot recommend him highly enough to you, because he'll help you to move to 365. He can give you ad hoc support. He can do lots of any IT related things he can do for you.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing we need a bit of hand holding on.
And he knows us really well. So, and he's actually, it's funny enough, sometimes he gets to property agents before us, and then he refers them back to us again once you've done all the IT stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
he's a really good person to know in your backend to do all that kind of stuff. And then when it's done, then we just come in and we put our security on top. Then that's it.
Great. No, that sounds kind of like what we need, I think. Very good.
Would you like his contact details again, Alan and Tanya, or are you happy with your guys? Either way.
I think we're happy with our IT guys. Yeah.
No, good. I always say stick with people. It's like your accountant or your solicitor or your dentist. If you've got good IT people, stay with them, you know?
Yeah, no, they are good.
The one thing I will say is, have you checked their domain yet on the tool?
No. The security everywhere.com, that one, wasn't it?
Let me send it to you again. Because listen, I'm not saying this to brag, but this the other day, right? I'm speaking to this cybersecurity specialist company, works with banks around the world and big companies from Israel. So you would think they're really good with their stuff, right? Anyway, so as I'm talking to this guy, I'm just sending you the link again.
Thank you.
I spoofed him from his CEO with the duck. I tell you, you went red. You went red. And I said to him, I said, John, seriously, you know, where I come from, you need to have at least the basics in place. You can't, you're trying to sell me some stuff and you guys are not, and I can spoof you. That doesn't give me any confidence in you guys. So, there you go. This is what happens in the world.
They've actually got us better than they have themselves.
What have they got? 4 or 5?
2.
You're joking.
We're 3.
Now you can see. So now you can see, because
that's just his email address, mind. How do I check just the domain name?
Well, if you give it to me, it'll be the same. But if you just put it on the chat, I'll quickly test it for you if you want.
Yeah.
Let me just do share. But you need to tell them this, and maybe that's why if we do a session, we can do it with them and teach them, because they need to know this stuff. And they're putting their clients at risk, because I can send emails from them to you now.
Yeah.
And you're going to believe it's them. Yeah, 2 out of 5. That's not good. So, you know, but like you said, good IT people, this is just not their game. That's not, you know, that's the way it is.
No, they will openly say that security is not their thing. They're website builders, and some of this is not what they specialize in. So they've learned a lot with us, if that makes sense.
Which is great. That's what you want, you know.
Trust 100%.
So to check a company, you just go to that website and put in their email address, or web domain name or web email address.
Let me just triple check it for you, because I've done this so many times. You put in their email address, so they won't get an email, and we won't contact them either, by the way. So you just put in, you can even put Donald Duck at the domain name, it'll still check it.
Right.
And this is why we've done this. So we want people to see what kind of people they're dealing with. And how little the knowledge is. If I tell you, out of every 100 companies we test, maybe 2 will have the two correctly set up. So, you know, when I was showing this at the last Propertymark conference, I think there were 60 or 80 people in the room, 80. And I ran a check on every one of them. Do you know that I think that out of 84 people had this set up correctly? 4. And this is what my point earlier, that my belief is that, and I've proven today, that 95% of estate agencies or property agents are not even 5% adequately protected. Because they just don't know. They don't know what they don't know until they know, which is too late.
No. So just on another thing, like I use this pay prop thing, which is, you know, it's great for property managers, and the Helen and Tanya use Alto for estate agents. If you were to just put Alto into that, would that be like come up as an insecure thing, or would they
Absolutely. What's their website? Alto dot.
That's it's actually part of Zoopla. So hang on a minute.
Yeah, we can have some fun there if you want to check it out.
Yeah, that's a bit frightening.
What's the domain name?
Oh, why isn't that working? Hold on.
Because I think I've done it for
Well, it's bemalto.com. Is that the domain name? Hold on, because that's part of the. Hold on. Let me go here a minute. Let me just. So it's not that one. Hold on. Well, actually, this is the one. No, you can't really check on that.
altosoftware.co.uk.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not the URL we use to log in.
No, but this is probably their email account. I mean, it's. Let me just see if we've got help it about somewhere.
But they're part of Zoopla. It'd be good to check for Zoopla.
Well, especially if we run a dark web audit report on them.
God.
That's going to be telling. Okay, let's have a look at them. Look at that, 3 out of 5. So we can spoof them right now. Because again, they got their things set to none. None means like none. None means none. It's just.
What about PayProp then? Because they do boast particularly about security, because it's bank grade security.
Payprop.co.uk, right? So I met, like I said, with Neil Cobbin, and did he forward this to me? Let's see if he fixed it or not, because I spoofed him.
Right.
Let's have a look. I think he's the MD. He's a nice guy. I met him on the day at the Women Estate Agency business. Look at that, 3 out of 5. Shocking, you know? I've told him to fix this.
That is absolutely shocking, because they're effectively your bank intermediary. They act as the bank.
Exactly. You know? I'm going to email him. This is a good excuse for me to email him, because I told him, and he said, no, my team's got it undercover. They'll fix it. I'm like, okay. And that was on the 2nd of April this year.
I was going to say it's a while ago when that was on.
You know, and then there's no.
You had one of his clients on and he was not impressed seeing this.
Say that again.
Say to him, you had one of his clients on the training course and he was not impressed seeing that.
Well, this is scary stuff.
I'm going to feel a call then, because, you know, seriously.
What about Zoopla then?
The other thing, which I still can't believe till this day, and tell me if this is true, Mike. He said that, you know, when you log on to PayPal, you've got the option to turn off two-factor authentication. And he said, you will not believe it, France, but most of our clients have turned it off. And I said, I think that's wrong. You should not enable them. He said, well, then we'll lose clients. I'm like,
to be honest, my brother used to do a bit of IT for us, said turn it on, and I didn't. Yeah, and when I spoke to the helpline people, and they are really good people, and it is a tremendous service. It is absolutely brilliant. They said, look, you're just going to find it a pain in the arse. Don't bother with it. That's what they said. Yeah, so it's because it logs you out, you know, every few minutes. So. Well, I prefer the security and the, you know, the pain in the butt, because it's literally everyone's money.
And Mike, you know what's going to happen when you get done? It's going to be their reputation, never mind yours, their reputation that's going to go down the tube. If that gets onto a publication like Property Eye or something, they're done. Do you know?
Yeah.
Because of, and I think it's criminal. And I'm going to, do you mind if I share that with him? I won't mention your name. I'm just going to say one of my people at customers or friends said this to me the other day, that your staff member said, oh, it's just a pain in the bum, you can turn it off.
Yeah, don't tell me it's me, because the people on the helpline are amazing. Honestly, if you're ever considering using it, it's saved
I would never
billions of hours. So I know, you know, it's and I can kind of see where they're coming from. But it's But yeah, you know, it's the truth, so there's no problem with that. Yeah. Yeah.
How did you understand where they're coming from? Sorry, I'm being.
Well, the way they explained it to me, they said that, look, we've got loads of other backup stuff, but it's a bit like you saying, you know, if there was, what's the word, any unusual activity on your account, we could see it, we could stop it, etc., etc. But I did think, look, you wouldn't. There's got so many users. There wouldn't have to be. You wouldn't have to have that much knowledge to get inside that your system and just suddenly pay yourself all that money. Yeah. You know, because if you're running a rental company, you're collecting hundreds of thousands. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. So for me, it's the staff needs to be retrained because they don't want the support calls. Because I know for a fact, you know, when you start implementing the stuff, especially in the first 1 to 3 months, you know, people sometimes get stuck and then they phone our support desk a lot, which is fine. We're used to that. But then after that, it stops. Okay. Which is great. But turning it off is not an option because, again, let's say you did take out cyber insurance and you had it turned off when they did their analysis, you've lost your cover. So how is that a good idea from an advice point of view?
To be honest, their current version of two-factor authentication is they send you an email to your email. Yeah. So it's on the same PC that you're on. So if you've got the PC, you're in. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of
not only that, Mike, but if I've got your login details and that software is not locked down to that what we call the MAC address of that PC. Now, if I can log on remotely with the login details, I'm in. Because now I've got access to your email as well, because, you know, not you, but somebody else uses the same password, for argument's sake, which they do a lot. Now I've got everything. So now I'm in. Without your knowledge, I'll carry on working away and doing what I'm doing because you'll never know. So for me, the best way of doing this is to have that application locked down to that device and two-factor. That's the best because like we do with the password manager, you can't use the password manager somewhere else unless you've been authorized to do so.
It's I would think because when you do, I don't know if you do, well, we all do online banking, but we do it for the business, and we have. You may disagree with this, but they give you the little codey thing, the card reader.
Yeah.
So you've got your password, then you've got the card reader. Then, you know, before you can make any payments, I think that's quite good. I mean, what do you think? Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's just more layers because all that's happened now, really, let's be honest, is that card reader has been replaced by the phone. That's all.
Yeah.
But in theory, you are the only person on this planet that's got this phone right now. Or the card reader. So it's the same thing. It's just gone digital, but it's much infinitely more better to have that than not to.
Yeah.
There's just no question in my head about it.
Yeah.
As long as nobody can get your phone.
Yeah. And that's why you put the layers of protection on the phone, so that even if they steal the phone, they can't take your SIM out and they can't get into your accounts, and that's how you fix the problem. Because then at least you can go and get another phone, get another SIM, transfer it, and you know the PIN, so that then you can immediately get your stuff back in. Okay, it's going to be inconvenience, but
yeah.
No?
God, mind.
But Helen, I've given you the problems, I've given you the solutions. So
Need a strong cup of tea.
This stuff is easy.
We'll have a cup of tea now, Tanya and I, and a video call because she's at home, bless her, and we'll go through what we need because we've been talking about this for the last couple of years, really, and sidetracked with being busy, and something else comes along, and then you forget about it for a month or two, and to be fair, the tech guys have been chasing, right, we need to get sorted, and we're all like, yeah, we do, and then we have a meeting, and then another 6 months has passed before you realise it, and
yeah.
Sorry, while I was thinking about things, as I said, we get a lot of people emailing us secure information.
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do to keep that safe? Because, as I said, you know, people send us bank statements.
Send it to us rather than email or WhatsApp.
So, is there a secure way of them to send that to us so they don't get?
Yeah, there are many systems out there, and I tell you what the challenge is. If you were me, If I was you, I would always, and this is coming back to my word a little bit, but not, is to rather send it via WhatsApp, because you've now secured your WhatsApp account, than by email.
Okay, so WhatsApp is actually now with what you've told.
Absolutely, but at the same time, when you do this, show them how to turn on the authentication now. Isn't that nice? Now you've given them extra value straight away to say, okay, we can do it, but let's first check that you've got it turned on securely. Then fantastic. Now they can say, and then I don't know if you know, but have you done it yet? Where you've set up WhatsApp on your PC. Have you done that?
No. I haven't set it up to be saved. No, I've used it once or twice, but not on my PC.
Because that's what I do all the time. So I've got my WhatsApp open on my computer, which is protected by SentinelOne, of course. So I know I can't get infected, but then I can drag and drop the file straight out of WhatsApp on my computer, because otherwise, if you don't do that, how are you going to get the things into your system?
And then you've got to email them to yourself.
Precisely. Then you're bypassing the problem. So that's, I'm giving you the free way of doing it. The other way, of course, is to put a system in that you then get people to upload, like the solicitors do, and that's just the pain. That's a real pain in the bum.
Okay.
So I because obviously you want the deal, you want the sale, so you need to make it secure, but as best as possible at the same time.
Okay.
So that's my advice.
Right. That's good.
Failing that, like I said, if you want to, I can introduce you to some systems, but then you've got to set them up an account, and then they've got to upload it, and who knows?
It's too complicated for people.
Yeah,
Your average Joe doesn't want to be able to do all of that just to send you a copy of proof of funds.
That's it.
Which they should, but they don't.
No.
So
Exactly. So let's secure them and make it a little bit easier for them. And
the majority of people have WhatsApp. Even the slightly, we've got a vastly older generation where we live. Them, my mum has WhatsApp, so
which is great, because and then just give them those tips about locking down the numbers as well. Do that, please, because that's how people get caught.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Francis. Thanks. It's really good. Very enjoyable.
Say again?
Really glad it was just the three of us. We've actually.
Yeah, I feel bad for the other lady. Apparently, she tried a few times to get in. I've emailed her. I've sent her the password. What else to do? Because everybody else managed to get in. So.
No, it's nice to have a smaller group, though, isn't it? However many it's rather than 40 or 50 people on a webinar where it's very impersonal and you just get thrown info.
But you will not believe it, Tanya and Mike. Do you know how many of these sessions have been cancelled because people just don't want to do it? And I'm like, this is so important to your business, and then people don't turn up. So I'd be really grateful if you tell them, give them some good feedback, because I just don't think that we're finding a best way to communicate this properly enough. Because if we did, then there'd be more people actually joining the sessions.
As you say, I think people just think it won't happen to them.
Yeah.
That's the sad thing about it. So.
But it's okay. But if it does, and it's a competitor, happy days. No, sorry to say that.
No, I wouldn't want it on anyone.
No. Yeah, but also in the future, you'd be more relaxed using everything. If you feel that it has got effective security, so that's
You nailed it. So I'd like to share with you one more story. So remember I told you that story. Did I tell you that the old guy? I think he's in his 80s, right? Anyway, his NTL World account got hacked. This is just towards the end of COVID. When we went into that last lockdown. And anyway, his NTL World account was hacked. He uses a Mac, and he was so traumatized by everything, he stopped using his Mac, which means he couldn't make any more video calls to his family. Which is really sad. Anyway, so his son phones me up and says, my dad has been hacked and he doesn't want to use his computer anymore. I said, listen, please, if we can find a way to get onto his computer, we can install SentinelOne, we can clean up his Macs, fix his NTL World email account, and then he'll be fine. So we did just that, right? So within the first 19 minutes, we found that somebody was mining Bitcoin on his Mac.
Wow.
Isn't that insane? I mean, it was running so slow. So when we fixed the problem and removed all the attacks running, he said, my Mac has never run this fast ever before. I'm like, obviously, because it's doing so much other work. But he sent the most loveliest testimonial to us. He said, for the first time ever, I know that I can click on anything and you'll catch me when I fall.
Oh.
You know, and for me, that was priceless. So that makes your day.
Yeah, it's amazing. Really good. Yeah.
But so that's my point with you, Mike, because once you got the stuff, you're just done. You can, my guarantee, you can click whether you like, and that's fine by me.
Yeah, no. Ours is in a bit of a tip, really. So we definitely need, if you get a chance to email me that guy's, or just send me that guy's link, and I'll have a chat with him first, and then we'll carry on with the other stuff.
Yeah, Adrian, with your email address, I'm sure I've got it. But did you send it right? Shall I use your AOL one?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah.
I'll do an introduction to you straight away now, Mike.
Yeah, good man. All right.
You'll like him a lot. He's nice.
Yeah. So
good.
Thank you very much.
Wish everybody absolute pleasure. I hope you had a good session and you're not scared anymore.
No, terrified, but
Give us
it's
great.
great.
And I look forward to meeting you face to face at one of these events. Sometimes I walk up and people say, hello, you know, I'm like, oh, I don't know who you are. It's so funny. But you know, there was a boat party at the Propertymark Property One day.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah. No.
You go to that. There was an after party, and apparently, I mean, this has never happened to me ever. This one lady, which I know really well from London, she came up to. She says, "You know that lady over there?" And she's pointing to her, and she's got a real crush on you since she's speaking. You see me speaking, and I'm like, "This never happened to me," and I blushed. I got so red. And I told my wife about it afterwards. I said, this is the first time ever that somebody told me this, but I just thought it was quite funny at the time. That's why I'm telling the story.
Hero status.
Say again?
Hero status.
Yeah, well, I just enjoy helping people. That's it.
Yeah.
But it was quite funny. Anyway, have a lovely day, and I'll see you.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.